Hello, everybody, and welcome to my second Dr. Chuck Learns to Code with AI. In this one, I have done a few things already after the first one. I switched from VS Code to Cursor. Um, my mentor said that Cursor was sort of better, so I'm at the beginning. I hadn't got too stuck in VS Code, so I'm going to use Cursor. Also, I've switched from working on my Computer Architecture for Everybody class to Sakai. And Sakai is a million line bit of Java. And so I've also worked from building fresh and new to fixing a bug. And this is a long time bug in Sakai. And it has to do with when we copy sites, there's these embedded URLs and they need to get fixed. And so what you're about to watch is 2 hours of me. Again, I've been only doing this for a few hours, and this is my second time using Cursor, period. And so you can watch. I'll ruin the ending. It goes pretty well. Cursor is pretty smart. It's reading the whole Sakai code base, and there are times it blows me away, and then there are a few times, and this is where it starts to hurt my head after a while. Sometimes I hit the tab key, it's picked the wrong variable, and I don't see it right away. So I have to kind of slowly code review what I'm doing, because there was like 4 variables that were kind of roughly equivalent, but in my mind they were very different. And it just picked the wrong one. It was a string variable, it was about the site ID, etc. So, but and then at the end of 2 hours, I just kind of realized it's not edited. You're going to see the whole thing with me talking as I go, narrating what I'm thinking about. I just did really well, but I kind of got tired. And part of what I got tired was being able to think about reacting to what the AI was telling me and making the design of what I wanted to do. It's sort of like the AI was really helpful in the short term, but in some ways it was chattering all the time, and I couldn't sort of see the big picture. So I took a break. I'm actually back from that break and going to start working on the one after that. I took a break and could get away from it and think about the big picture. I'd accomplished a lot of things, but I wanted to think about the big picture. So here you go. How do we even stop this recording, folks? Oh, we stop right there. Hello and welcome to another slow-moving exploring artificial intelligence in software development with Chuck. What you're about to see is not scripted. What you're about to see is something I've never done before, and I am just barely learning this Cursor software. So you will watch me make mistakes. So the problem I'm working on is a bug that content item links should be updated when importing content from other sites. To some degree, let's change the name of this. LTI. Content item links in the rich text editor should be updated when importing content from another site. That's better. So I got Sakai running here, right? So let's see if I got any LTI tools in here. Let's see what we got. LTI tools. I don't know if it works or not, but it hardly does matter. It's take a look at it. I just need a tool that can be put in the rich text editor and supports the resource picker. So I'm good. So now I can log out and log in as some kind of an instructor. So what I've got here right now is I just put a print statement in the import code for the assignments. So I'm going to put one of these links in an assignment. Let's go in here. I already got one. Let's see what's in assignments. Yeah. So I got that number wrong, so let's go fix that. Edit site information. One too many sevens, just for my own sanity. There we go. Boom. Okay, let's go back into assignments. I may have messed this up. So here we go. We've got, so you see here, we've got the instructions, and then this might be maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. We'll see. It does work. It does work. It's an LTI link. I've been doing other LTI testing, so I could easily have broken this. But if you look at this URL, you see that it says /access/LTI/site. Let me just put that in a... Right. So this is just a Sakai way of launching a content item. Access is our generic servlet that does whatever. LTI is a prefix that we register. Then this rest is up to access. And so it goes into the site, which 70, that's our site right now. You see that right there, that's our site. And then this goes to a content item in a content table. Hey, let's look at some database while we're here. Let's look at the LTI content database. And so there is this, there's only one. I must have wiped this server out, right? So if we take a look, this is the backing store of all that, the custom, the launch, all that stuff, and it talks to a tool ID, which is a foreign key, into another table, which has all of the security information. But the primary key of that is one, because I just built this. So in the LTI tool, take a look at this. This has all of the security stuff in it, and the keys, and the client IDs. Oh wait, this is an LTI 1.1, so it's just got a key and a secret. But that doesn't matter in this particular case. That I'm not really debugging LTI at this point. So what I am doing is I'm debugging this thing. So let's go back to the list. I just need some sample code for now that I can use to, yeah, I just need some sample code right there. Okay, that'll start. And I'll put that in here just to paste it later. So my goal here is to parse this, okay? And there could be many of them. This could be a very long file, but parse many of those things and then extract the site ID and the content. We don't actually, well, we'll need the site ID and the content. So that's the problem. And I've been struggling with, like in Java, how you do this. In Python or PHP, we would just chop it into pieces and put it all back together. But in Java, you don't want to just chop everything into pieces and concatenate it, because then you end up with kind of garbage collection issues. So I'm going to have to think through the best way to do this. And so this is interesting. So so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by writing a unit test. So in LTI and in Sakai, we have like a LTI service. And then that LTI service is kind of the way the rest of Sakai talks to, so like, for example, in the, let's go in the assignment code, that code that I changed. I think I changed this code in here. Java, right here. This was the code I changed to put in the system. Put the print line in. Yeah, there's a system out like. So there's this LTI service. Where is it? Oh, here we go. LTI, like this particular line is we are copying from one of those keys. That'd be the one number, and it would go from a site to context. We often call site context inside Sakai to a new site. So we can take a look at that, and that lives in LTI service. And then we got to go to the implementation. There we go. There's the implementation of it. Now we're into the LTI code base. And then somewhere in here, you'll see that there is like this Sakai LTI util. Maybe don't use it in this code. So this is, I don't have unit testing fully working in the services. I need to mock too many things, and so I go to, I put a lot of like complex code in a util class, just a util class. And again, this is because I'm old school. And these util classes do the kind of heavy lifting in a lot of the LTI, and then I just wrap them. So if you look in these LTI services, let me go to near the bottom of this, see if I can find a pattern here. No. Sometimes you'll see me write a thing in a service. Oh, right there. Okay. So you'll see me write a method in the service that just calls down to some static code. And the good news of this static code is it's easy for me to develop. It's easy for me to unit test. And I try to get as much of the complexity, like this merge content. This is part of the import export. Where was that? I want to go to the definition. Go to definition. Is that what I'm looking for? Go to implementation. Go to implementation. There we go. And so like this is just some code that I can unit test more easily. Okay, and so this is where I'm going to start, right? So I'm going to start in here, and I am this is where my new code is going to start. And I'm going to build a unit test. And I guess what I'm going to do is let's just write a comment. Because we're doing AI. I'm trying to... Sure. We're in the util. So parse a rich text editor string of the format see if it pastes that nicely. Yeah, come on, put those in asterisks, fella. Yada. Let's break this into another line. Break that into another line. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Not helping. Extract the, oh, hey, let's do that. Okay, I was trying to figure out what to do next. Why not? Why not? Extract the LTI launch URLs and return them as a list of strings. Let's do that first. Okay, so here we go. Tab. Yeah, so you're so smart now, right? That's all you're going to tell me? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's do that. Let's do that. What's Matcher? Why is it mad about Matcher? Oh, it's not used. We're going to use it in a second. So look at that. I'll clean that regular expression up. maybe not. Well, I'm gonna change that regular expression. Gonna change that expression because really, the pattern is but let's do this. Let's just go like this. Okay. That's really amazing. And what I like about this is when I'm writing new code, the AI is a lot, because I'm concentrating. I find that AI is harder in bug fixing at times, because I don't have the same level of concentration, but I'm building something new, which means I'm kind of in the same mindset. Like, I have more of an open mind when I'm building something new. So now the problem here is, let's write a unit test for this. How do I tell it? Command L. Let's write a unit test for this. Yep, that's really smart. How do I just say yes? Apply. Let's open up the unit test code. Come on, do it. How come you don't open that code up? Well, maybe I have to open up the code. Did we change it? LTI common source link tool. Isn't there a test up here? Test. I think it's in util. No, not that. LTI util test. Now, did you make this change? So why can't I apply this? Boom. No. What'd you just do? What'd you just do? What did you just do? Reject that. Can you add this to the existing file? Well, let's see what she does. I don't know what the difference between these two things are. No. Where in the crap is the test? Okay, I got to get back to that test. It seems like I closed the test. It doesn't seem to understand how to apply things. Test. LTI. LTI test. What did you do in this file? What did you do in this file? Can I see changes? Got a lot of unit tests. Nothing's in there. Okay, folks, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to copy this bugger and put it in right here. Boom. Save it. This is where I start getting nervous. Guess I'm going to save this. Save that. Get status. I'm sure there's a way to do this inside of, yeah, okay. So I'm going to actually check this one out. That was just a debug print. So now get status. So now I got my two things. I'm sure there's a way for me to see diffs here. Okay. I don't know. I guess until I, oh wait, there's got to be a shell here. Hang on. Well, unit test. So let's run the unit test here. Run that. Where is a shell? Can I view a shell? Can I view a run? Better layout. Appearance. Where's the shell at? Give me a shell down here. Why don't you have Alexa? Open a shell. Okay. How do I open the shell panel? That's really none. Control backtick, command backtick. Using the menu, view terminal. View terminal. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Let's see if my Maven test. What the dang? It worked. Well, you're writing good code. That's cool. Rich text editor string. Okay, so now, I mean, how do I prove to myself? Okay. Okay, so we saved this. Now I don't really want to do this. Let's go over here and let's copy this. And let's go here and say, I want to change the regular expression so it simply looks for strings of the form anywhere in the document. And returns a list of those strings. Here we go. Okay, so I gotta it needs to match HTTPS as well. Okay. Now it turns out that there are two versions. This one is this LTI and there's another one, BLTI. Also, see, it loves regular expressions. Where the string LTI can also be BLTI. In this pattern. I just love working with artificial intelligence to, okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Yeah, it's going to do the, why put a parenthesis there? Oh, right. Okay, shoot then. Yes. Please update the unit test for this new code pattern. Oh, I like it. Yeah. Oh, man. You are so fun. No, don't write it. Don't. Ah, you crazy. Why don't you put it in the file? What is it talking about here? Undo, what the hell? Crap. Did I apply it? Oh, I see what we're doing here. Okay. So it's telling me what it's changing. Okay, I'll get used to this. This is good. I like it. I don't like just hitting the tab button. I like it when it, so I can stare at this. Where are we, man? Okay, I don't know. Okay. I guess. Okay, so now what I want to do is replace the current unit test with this code. Okay. Right there. The current unit test file is in the browser. What do you think? Okay, you found it. That's the crazy thing. I can talk to it. Okay, let's apply it, and then I want to see diffs. Okie dokie. See, thank you for showing me diffs. Look at that. Yeah. Accept. Oh, thank you for letting me accept them individually. Accept. No, I guess that's the best way to make long strings. Oh, look at that. This is not a valid URL. Okay. Man, this is AI never tires of being detail oriented and finishing things. I would have just wrote one of those. Okay, I'm going to accept the file and I'm going to save the file. And I guess I'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. I'm going to save this file, save that file, and now I'm going to try to run my Maven test down here. LTI, CD, LTI common, Maven test. Run the unit. No. I mean, I hit Command K all the time, so it's like, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay. We have a lot, yeah. Of course, the unit test works. It was written by artificial intelligence. If it could do one thing, let's just look at that. Util unit test. Look at that. Some text. Another link. Sweet. That's really nice. Okay, so we've got this extract launch URLs that'll give us a list. It's beautifully static and beautifully self-contained. Now what I want to do I really want to so now the problem is, if we look at this, what I've got to do is I've got to pull this apart. Oh, look at that. It did BLTI and LTI. Smart. So I got to look at this, and I have got to talk to the database. And so this is going to be harder because I don't have a unit test framework that fires up a database. So this is going to be harder for me to build and test. But I still got to figure out so I'm going to write another thing. I'm going to write another. So again, what I try to do is I try to write anything that's difficult in these statics. And you can yell at me, and someday I will mock up enough that I can unit test my services, but not today. Public static get LTI launch URL. And site. So, sure, site ID. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, I see what we're doing here. Can we make that be a look at that. No. Okay, no. The first, no. Okay. I need a regular expression that, when presented, the string gives me back, I better edit this, the and the one after the colon. That's what I need. Let's see what you gave me. No. No. Oh, right. No, it is. It is right. It is right. It is right. That's what I want. Did you apply that? No, I want to apply that. Oh, it's applying. It's applying. It's thinking. Okay. Yeah. Boom. Why group 2 and group 3? What's group 2 and what's group 3? That doesn't look right. Oh, that's group 1. I just want the site ID and the content key. There you go. Let's modify the regex pattern to still match both LTI and BLTI and only capture site ID. Here is the updated version. Let's apply it. Are you applying? Yes, you're applying. Okay, I'll accept that. Yes. Yes. Please update my unit test to reflect. Yeah. Write a unit test in my current unit test file. Oh, you're good. You're good. Let's go apply it and see what happens. Yeah, it's in there. Let's accept it. 99 results. Okay. Okay, let's test it. Let's run it. Did we save it? Save. Save. Okay. I like its obsession in these unit tests. And I like its use of the number 42. Oh, what did we do wrong? Assert null. Assert not null? What's missing here? Can we add an import for assert not null? Can we add an import for assert not null? Apply. Accept. Save. Test. What the hell? I don't understand. Why'd you do that? I don't get it. It said it was going to gather those imports together. Save it. This is where I get a little bit like worried at times, because it's like gets smart and I don't slow down enough to look at it really closely. I gotta be assert null. Oh, what did I do wrong? I took something out. No. Assert null. See, that's where it's like, what are we doing here? I don't get it. That is used. It's used right there. I don't get it. Okay. Our test works. Okay. So let's go take a look at the code we built. So what we've got here is we can take one of these blobs of HTML and we can extract the we can extract the launch URL, the LTI launch URLs, and we can break those LTI launch URLs into site ID. and LTI content ID key. Now the question is can I do anything more in this util class? Or do I have to move into the service class, which then makes my testing just a lot harder? Well, let's go into my service code. Where are we at here? LTI impl base LTI service. Okay, so this is where I'm going to start talking to the database here. Okay, so let's go look at the import code where we're going to be putting this stuff. We'll do this in assignments. Assignment service simple. Okay. So let's just put something in here. So I think this is the instructions are the thing in here that need to be changed. Okay. Oh, there's already code in here. Yeah, that's not quite enough. That is not quite enough. Okay. So that's changing. That's changing this. Problem is, I've got to actually make a new, they won't be launchable because that primary key goes into a database table for LTI content. And in this row, it's hard-coded to a site. So all these LTI content items are hard-coded to a site. And so simply changing the site name is not enough. And it will not launch. Now, I can imagine that there might be other links, and that's like resource links that are not LTI launch links. So we've got to do something like this. Do we have LTI service in here? We'll find out about it. LTI service. Fix LTI launch URLs. Yeah, that's a good name for that. We're going to have to do string new instruction equals LTI service, and then we're going to call this new instructions. So this is going to fix LTI launch URLs from context to context. Yeah, it's going to be, let's see, a bit of work. Let's see, we got to context and from context. We're going to need two versions of this. This is in the transfer copy entities, which will be fine. We'll get this working. And then we'll do the harder one that's in the merge code, which is the import from a zip file. This is an import from a live, whatever. But hey, let's go ahead and do this. Okay, but this is, we need to add this to the service. Let's fix in Composer. I don't even know what that means. Fix the code. No. Just add a new method to the LTI service. No, reject, reject. No, reject. Yeah, we're going to do that. What's that check mean? Changes. Boomity boomity. Okay, fix LTI launch URLs. Okay. No. I don't know what you're trying to tell me here. No. 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 I do not want that. I don't want that. Don't do it. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't want that. Stop. I don't know how to tell you stop doing that. I don't get it. I want to reject that. What are you so obsessed with here? What are you obsessed with? I got to keep the new function. I got to keep the existing functionality. Can I say goodbye? Just be quiet. I'm not going to do that. What are you doing? From context to context. I don't understand. Where did it zoom in? Is this a font thing? That's really weird because it lines up. It doesn't look like it's making any change whatsoever. So please don't do that thing you're going to do. Okay? Don't do that. Okay. And this is, again, it's being so helpful. And I'm like, I got to be careful that it didn't over helpful me. Okay, so now let's add stub for into base LTI service. Oops. Java. Let's see if it can go and figure out where that's at. Into base LTI service. Come to me. Yeah, you didn't understand what we want to do, but let's go ahead and let's go apply that. Let's go find that code. Let's go. Find me base LTI service. Where is it? There we go. Yeah. Hey, I like that. This is blank. I think we prefer is empty in this. Our team prefers is empty over is blank. Oh, I can't even type right. Hello? Really? Okay, let's see. Is empty returns true if the string length is 0. Is blank. I like is blank better then. Okay, we're going to go blank. Okay, there we go. I don't know. I want something that's like more aggressive. Both is blank and is empty and all null, right? Gosh, I can't even type. Okay, I want is blank. I want is blank. Boom. That's what I want. I want is blank. You can. Okay, so now what we got to do is, let's see how smart this is. This is not what I want. Gotta go into this unit test. Where's my unit test? Is that the unit test? No. Gotta go in here. And I'm gonna say list string. I'm gonna put that in base. Side ID is part sub 3? Really? Yeah, I see what you're doing there. It's not as simple as that. If it were only so simple. Yeah, no, quit that. Go away. That's not it. That's not it. What we're going to do is do this. That's why we wrote that other one, folks. Ah, I like that. I like what you did there. Okay, did launch your side ID. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I, holy crap. There, you're pretty darn yummy. Okay, so I don't really need it to be from context. I got a lot of work to do here. No, that's got to be to context when it's all done. And okay, we're going to put a system. So we're going to link site ID. Link text ID. Ah. Can you fix it? Can you fix it? Come on, don't make me type all this. Don't I? Oh, Jesus. Okay, folks. Link. That was an easy one. Of course I'm going to change that. Link. There we go. Link. So this is the link from the site ID. This is the link context ID. There you go. You guessed what I was doing finally. Okay, so now we're going to say, just for fun, string new context ID equals, we're just going to call it 42, just for whatever. And this doesn't matter yet. And this is going to be new context ID. And sure, that's going to be that's fine. No, it's got to be a long. It's got to be a long here. Sorry. That is going to be a long. Yeah, sure. We'll take that. Okay, so that is like a happy little. What are we doing wrong now? No. We don't need that anymore. Okay. So we still got a bunch of work to do here. So we know what the link site ID is, and we know what the link context ID is. Let's go ahead and throw this up in a comment for grins. You were going to write me some. Sure. Let's do that. Let's print that out. Okay. Slow down and think. Okay. So in here, we need to load up the site. Sure. Sounds good to me. Holy crap, you're smart. Wow. That is brilliant insight. That is a brilliant insight. Content key. Yes, okay. Okay, it's a long content key. That's good. We're not going to use the DAO, though. We shouldn't have to, because we want to do the auth z check. Yeah, system out println. Yeah, let's do a log error there. Let's do log error. Come on. It's log error. Don't you know about log error? Don't you even know how to transform a system out println into log error? Okay. Come on. There you go. Alexa, transform a system out println to log error. Okay. So that's good. So we've got the content. Do we need the site itself? We don't. That's nice. Because this content does all the processing, because that really turns into a select into this table that I wrote code a long time ago. It's in the LTI content table. It's a select, and that site ID is this site ID right now. Okay, so now the one thing you got to do is it's ugly, because I'll put in the happy path, but we'll then have to fix that happy path, okay? So now we have content link in this map object, and we're going to system out println for yucks and grins, because it's going to take long enough to compile. We might as well print everything out, Okay. Okay. So we're going to take, this is going to be the happy path. To do, check for access to the tool, to the LTI tool in the new site. Sure context. Look at that. We need to create the, holy smack, you guys are badass. But that's what we're going to do. We got to need, because that's exactly what we do. If it's access is denied, we've got to create a new LTI tool. We would call this a stub LTI tool. Where did you go? Okay, can I edit this? Do I have to accept it? Can I edit this stuff now? Edit. No! If access is granted, then we can copy the content item. If access is not granted, we need to return. No. We need to create a new stub tool in the new context. If the stub tool successfully okay, I hit the tab key, and sometimes it's a tab, and sometimes it's a, yeah, okay. Oh, Jesus. What are you doing? It's like, what? How can I tell you to stop and let me go to work? Just stop. Okay, but we're going to do the happy path now. No, we're going to do the happy path. Now, I don't want it to do. I want to basically say content.put. That is correct. No, not 42. Not 42. Then we want to LTI service dot insert LTI service insert tool content. Yes. Okay, now we got to check the return value here. What are you mad about here? Where am I at? Oh, this. Oops. Yeah, okay, you're right. God damn it. Okay. That's good. That's good. So, what are you mad about? Cannot convert from object to, okay. This is really string content result. No, it's object result, sorry. If result not result in instance of long. No, let's do this. If result else could not into yes. So this log is wrong. This log is wrong. And that's wrong. And this is good. And that belongs in here. And it's going to be costly, but how? Okay. What are we doing wrong here? Where's the result at? What do you mean? Oh, string. I don't want this to be called, I'm going to call this pieces. That fixes that. Okay. We're going to do system out. Println right there. Okay. Getting better at this. Well, let's compile this. Damn it, I'm always hitting the K key. Let's compile the LTI part of it, and then we'll compile the assignments part of it. And do I have Sakai running? Yeah, I gotta stop Sakai. We have multiple. You say goodbye to that. And can I have another terminal? Yeah. So we're gonna this will be where I'll run it. Stop it. So let's go to this terminal. Still compiling. Running unit tests. This is where I watch YouTube videos. I always watch like shorts. Shorts are great when I got like a minute and a half or something. What's nice is that with this editor, I tend to make fewer mistakes. Yeah, so let's go up into assignments. Oops, come back. I hope that didn't edit anything. Okay, so we've got that. Time is it 10:30? Good morning, everybody. We're waiting for another compile. We got a lot done. It certainly surprised me a couple times in this. I mean, it's like, yep. The biggest problem I have is when I'm kind of in the middle of like accepting its changes using tabs. It's like, hey, I want to accept your change and give me back my tab key to be a tab key. So, I mean, it's like I'm in this context. I want to like click somewhere. We'll figure it out. I'm just accepting changes. I really wish that it would always put accept up. and tell me what it's suggesting, and then I just say accept, 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 and then I know, because that's what gets me in trouble is when I'm just like I start pounding on the tab key, and it's like it says, well, I'll fix this and I'll do that, and I'm like, slow down, stop, 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 let me think first. So okay, that's cool. So let's go into this other script and say bash start. Oops, bash start. Oh, I hit Control K to always clear the screen because it's hard for me to stop that. I've been doing it for 5 years. Hit Control K after I type that command. So now Sakai is starting up. Let's watch the startup. So the code that we're trying to do here is this code here is in a routine called transfer copy entities, and it is what is called when we are copying the assignments tool from one site to the next site. So if you recall, I was showing you started Sakai. We'll start Sakai. I'll have a site with an assignment tool with one little link in it, and then I'm going to go and copy that to a new site. And then hopefully this code will run, and this new code will run, and print statements will come roaring out of this thing. Startup's not too bad on a, for a large million-line Java application. I don't know, we'll see how long it takes to start up. Now this is interesting. This might actually work. We'll see. We're at the point where I've got happy path working in here, right? I got this happy path working. I wrote the happy path. Where's the happy path? Base LTI service. This is the happy path. This is the way it works. The key thing is I can't assume that the site that's the user and the site that's running this code has access to the old from site ID. So I gotta do what this comment stuff. Oh, we're up. We're up. There we go. Let's get some code running here. Let's reload our stuff. Okay. Let's see if I can just do a site copy here. Import from site. Oh, this is going to be cool. I want to replace my data. I don't use this a lot. I want to import from that site. And I really just want to import the assignments. So let's watch down here. We're going to cause some action to happen. Select the tool con into import one. That's going to be fun. Do our thing. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Look at all these print statements. Ah! That error doesn't mean anything. We insert content item 2 into this site. And did we replace it? So all that, that all looks pretty good. Let's refresh the page so we see what's in import 1. Let's go in assignments. Let's go into edit. And wow. Let's publish it. Let's see, it'll probably yell at me. Okay, so now, if I click here, this should be our new thing. Oh, that is really a mess. That is really a mess. Look at that. It's so let's see. Our new site is DD1E. Come back. So our new site is DD1E, and the new content, you can see the content ID down there is 2. So that part worked, but how did that get screwed up? Where's this HTTPS crap? It's this string here. Localhost 8080. Link site ID. Context. We load that guy. Inserted content item. Something is not right. Need to print some more stuff out here. Let's go back. Okay, I don't quite understand. Oh! Whoa. This is certainly not right. So that, again, this is me hitting tab on something that made absolutely no sense whatsoever. So we have to take the old URL. I guess we should put a print statement in here. Okay, so we need to do something. Yeah, so we need to do, okay, so we need to, let's make this be, it doesn't matter. Let's just call this new suffix, because the prefix of this, let's call this thing the new suffix. The new suffix is going to be the word site. We're going to fix something here in a sec. So the site and the context and the content ID. Okay? So then what we're going to do is we are going to, that's not the new URL quite yet. So new URL equals URL.replace. Oh wait, no, that's not going to do it. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Oh. Okay, so it's time to talk to, how do I view the, is it Command K? No, no. I want to get this guy over here. Come back, AI friend. View, terminal, no. View, open view. Oh, come on, it can't be that hard. Just give me my damn AI friend over here. Oh. View, debug console, run, search, explore, no. Zen mode, no, I don't want Zen mode. View secondary sidebar. Yay, it's called secondary sidebar. What a dumb name for that. Okay, so let's go here. We have a URL. Starting with a URL. We want to take, starting with a URL like this, we want to take the text up to and including the /site/ and then append a new string to the end of it. Okay. That's not so bad. It's not so bad. Where are we, folks? Let's apply it. Let's see what happens here. Okay. Yes. That wasn't so bad. Thank you. Thank you, Alexa. Okay, so now we got the base URL +6 to include the site, like your comments. And then base URL +2 context +new context ID. And then we are going to replace that. By the way, we got more work to do here. So got much more work to do, but that looks really damn yummy. Okay, save it. And crap, we gotta stop it. Bash stop. Okay, let's get rid of that now that we know what the dang thing is. And so we're gonna compile. I'm sure I could figure out. So we're gonna compile. Oop, damn it. Quit hitting Control K, Chuck. Okay, so now we're going to compile all this stuff, and that's going to be a lot nicer. Oh, I had this print statement out there. Oh, we're going to have to do another thing here. There's going to be some kind of make sure that across calls we never create a new content item more than once. For the same old content item. That might require quite, oh, hey, it's done. Let's go start her back up. Oh, come back. Yeah. It's not the end of the world. But how often does that happen? That way deep links are used here in the rich text editor. That's just a long note to myself. Because every time you place a new link in a rich text editor, like if you do it in assignments and you do it in announcements, it's actually going to create a new content item every single time. Unless you're just copying and pasting. Like between, if you took some text and you copied it from the assignments to the announcements rich text editor and you brought a URL across, the question is, how often does that happen? And is it that much of a problem if we create a new content item for that launch? And the answer is it may not be all that common, and it may not be all that, oh, we're up. Okay, so let's log back in, csav, log back in, and let's make another site copy, import from site. I want to wipe out my data. Very nice for testing. And we're going to do assignments. Ready? Hit the button and watch the logs. Come on, logs, talk to me. Boom. Okay, so now, hey, we can tell that it looks good already. Look at that. So we fixed that link, LTI, site, the new site ID, well, whatever, DD, that site ID, yep. And there it is. So that looks way better. Way better. So let's go into assignments, publish it, and let's go into it. Let's see this little thing. It's got access LTI site DD1 EA81 B85 name blah blah blah. No, quit talking, Chuck. Just launch it and watch it work. And we have breakout, and we are done. So that's cool. So I do want to do one more little thing while we're here, and that is upgrade the access prefix from BLTI to LTI for legacy. Do we want to do this? Because if we do this, that means it cannot be backported to 23. Or maybe it is in 23. Let's check to see if it's in 23. Maybe that is in 23. Let's check. Let's check if that's in Sakai 23. Sakai. Let's go to branch 23. Let's go into basic LTI. I think that's in service, I think. It's in the API source. No. I don't know what that is. LTI, API, LTI service. So is there legacy? Yes. Oh. So launch prefix legacy. So that's what we're going to use right there. So we're going to do launch prefix legacy. Yeah, we're going to do it because that was in 23. That's what I was looking there for. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be LTI service dot launch. Wait a sec. Comments wrong. Let's just delete this for now. What are you mad about? I don't believe you. LTI service. LTI access. Prefix. Launch prefix. Launch prefix. No. That's in base. Are you going to say legacy? Do you know? Okay, we'll do legacy. So that means I'm replacing launch prefix legacy with legacy to upgrade from the legacy BLTI to the modern LTI. So let's save that and let's compile it. And let's stop our server. Now, it's not going to make any difference, right? It's not going to make any difference because this guy, that's new. But at least we know it doesn't break. Okay, so that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so that's compiled. Is this compile done? Yes, it is. Let's start her up. No, not that. Gotta click here. Up arrow, up arrow. Start her up. Okay. So now we're starting to think about this to-do stuff and what we got to do in the to-do stuff. And the code that I most recently did was in lessons. And I did a nice job in lessons. And I may have to refactor some of this because I might, the way it works is lesson builder. And I think that this is in, yikes, where do we put that? Source. What the heck? What was this thing named? Well, just have to go do some grepping. Oh, wait, I can search. I can search. What can I search for in here? I can search for, can I find in here, search? There a search, find in folder, get tools. No, match, is there like a tool match? Is there matching? No, is there best match? No. Damn it. Find tools. I think it's... No. Right. Let's look in base LTI service. Find best match. Copy LTI. Got that. Ooh. I might be able to reuse some of this. Yeah, that'll teach me a lesson. Get tools. Well, it's up, so let's just test it. Yeah, it still works. You know, we keep making more of these, but I mean, I'm wiping out my data, so there's not much I can do about that. Edit. Post. Clickety. Clickety. Yep, it works. Okay. Okay, so okay, it's in here somewhere, so I know that. So what I'm looking for is looking for matching tools. Where do I look for matching tools? Do import tool. Find best tool match. Okay, so now what we're going to do here is we're going to go back to base LTI service and okay, we're going to want to get that. Where do we hide that? We're gonna. Okay. Okay. What? What? I tried to accept it, you idiot. Wow, I want to say yes. I don't have things to say yes. It's a terrible user interface. Okay, so we now have, where is that? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, right here. Okay. Okay, so we're going to grab the launch URL from okay, so we got the content. Yeah, that's going to work. So we're going to find the right, oh no, we don't want to do that yet. Okay, so we need this code here, but we need to do some more checking. So we need to get the tool ID, long tool ID. Sure, we'll take those errors. Long tool ID. It's not really foo-rm. Get long null of that. Is it going to work or is it going to be mad? Okay, so then what we got to do is we got to load up the tool. Map tool ID and link site ID. Why is it link site ID? Boom, boom. Okay, so we gotta see. Okay, so we're gonna say check if the tool exists and is accessible to the current site. Okay, so what's link site ID? Where is that? That's not right. See, this is where it's wrong. It's completely wrong. The link site ID has nothing to do with this. This is the do I even need a site ID here? Can't I just say get tool? Well, okay, we'll say our site ID, which is the to context. That's where we're looking because we're supposed to be in to context. Okay. So we could not find tool ID. So this turns out to be okay. So we're not going to continue here. Could not, let's call this load tool for content item. And then you put the continue back in. No. This, I mean, okay, we're going to fall through and then actually we're going to, no, I don't want to continue. I'm going to delete this whole thing. You're going to just trust me on this. Give me a second. No, do not put that continue in. Tab that baby. Does that tab in correctly? Okay. Okay, so if not, if we can't load the tool with an explicit tool ID key, then need to find the right tool to associate with. Yes, we do. Okay, so we got to go get, we're going to do that by launch URL, and we're going to create a base URL. I may need to refactor this at some point because it's getting a little long, but this is, I don't know. Okay, so, and let's go with tool here. Yeah, we're not going to say map string. We're just going to overwrite that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a stub. Yeah, sure. Isn't there a stub method? I'll take that for now. There we go. Oh, no. Where am I? So we're going to do this. Tool equals create stub LTI tool. Base URL. Sure, we'll just do that. I do this too many times. I gotta kind of encapsulate this somehow. Let's just put that on the end. Okay, so now we're gonna go. That always works. So now what we're going to say is, do we say object result? Object tool result equals bam. Yeah, but now what we got to do is say could not insert stub tool. For content item. Yikes. This has got to be to context. Jesus. This is the place. This is the place where it's got a couple of variables to think about. Oh, Jesus. son of a... Okay, it's not from context here. That's link site ID. That's right. So we're loading up the content item from the old context, which we expect to be successful. What if from site and link are the same? Yeah, what if from context damn it. What if from context and link site ID are different? To do. Just remember that. Okay. There's a lot of work here. Let's keep the to-dos going. Work on the... Now we're working on the slightly less happy path. That's got to be to context. Yeah. Could not insert stub tool for content item, content key, and site. Okay, so that feels pretty good. Tool ID. Oh, we just copied the tool ID, the former happy path. Okay, so let's go with long tool ID equals null. Wait, here we go. Long new tool. Long new tool ID equals null. Tool is equal to null. Yep, that's what I want. Oops. So if we got a good tool, new tool ID is equal to tool ID. Yep. And this is new tool ID. New tool ID. That is a good fall through. Okay. Tool is not equal to null. No. that gonna work? Okay. We can throw most of this away at this point. If new tool ID is null, bam, bam. Okay, could not associate, could not. Okay. It's a lot of code. So we can't load it with an explicit key. We need to find the right one. But if we found one, we got it. So this is really not a log error. This is kind of like a debug. Looking up tool. Searching for tool. Searching for a tool for content item in site. Yep. Could not find launch URL. Yeah, let's system out print on that one. Ah. Wait, did we take that code out? You bastard. Oh no. No, we don't care. Let's say system out println. Yeah, we did the as step. Didn't want to forget the strip query. That's where you can get in some trouble when you're doing artificial intelligence. Like it's just like going and going and going. I've written so much code here with so much help that and I've got so much error checking in here that I might not have put in as much by myself because I kind of know the probability of things being wrong. But I like all this error checking. That's really nice. But then sometimes the logic that I'm flowing through, but okay, so calm down. So we're looking to see based on the launch URL. Yep, we're getting all the tools. So let's just put a comment here. Get all the tools accessible to available to the new context. Then check to see and check if any match the tool base URL. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby, yeah. Get all the tools available in new context. Check if any match the tool base URL. Okay. Okay, we get tool get light. That's right. This is right. So let's change this to a debug and call this inserting stub tool. I like it. Inserting stub tool for content item, content key. We're gonna Yes, that's what I meant. That's really what I meant. Toolbase URL. Because it turns out that toolbase URL is how this is going to all work. And so we're going to do that. Oops, I hit the tab and I was out of the thing. Okay, inserting stub tool. Let's save it. And then let's blow this up. And let's compile this again. This is a lot of code, and I do it several places. I just need to stare at this for a while and refactor this into a method of its own. Oh well, I will. Okay, let's start it up. Start it up. Hit the up arrow. Nope. 1, 2, 3. Start it up. Okay, so I'm kind of running out of concentration here, and so I'm at the point where I've made like amazing progress. Got so much done and was successful using AI to do that, and I haven't broken anything. And I've been going for probably an hour and a half. So what I need to do now is I need to take a break to let my brain assimilate the gains that have been made and relax, walk away, and then come back. Because I look at this and I'm like, I should be refactoring some of this code. I really should. And I'm starting to repeat myself. I'm starting to copy too much from other places. And this whole pattern of when it doesn't work, I've been doing this way too much time. And so maybe I need to turn this like into a method all by itself. We'll see. And we haven't even talked about the fact that sometimes you're importing from a zip, and sometimes you're doing what's called the transfer copy entities, which is, yeah, we don't need that anymore. We're doing this transfer copy entities, but then I have to sort of redo it all in a zip, from a zip, and make it all work again. And I've got to be able to use this kind of code when from context doesn't really exist, right? When I can't get from context, but yeah. Yep, so she's up. Let's just do a test. Reload. Let's do a copy again. Import from site. I'd like to replace my data. Boom, boom. Copy the assignments. Boom, boom. Okay. And we didn't really change anything. We just did a bunch of code that would trigger if something were broken. So let's go ahead and break it. Okay? Let's have it make a stub tool. Here we go. Let's log out. Let's break it. Let's log in as the admin. And let's wipe out that tool. Because this is kind of like, we're going to delete this. Yeah. So now nothing's going to work. So we're going to do a site copy to like as if this site was really old and the tool that was referenced in the old site. Well, let's go take a look at the old site. Okay, so let's go in here. So somehow like we didn't pay the bill on this tool, and this tool, we still have a link. Look at that, and it's content:1. So we'll see what Sakai does when a content item exists and the backing tool is gone. Yeah, that's not a very good. Yeah, that blew up in kind of a bad way. So I'm going to have to figure that out. I don't like that error. Yeah, we could have a little better message for that, but it's broken. So that's what we're trying to figure out. So let's go into import one, and let's go into site info, and let's copy from a broken site and see if all that code I just wrote works. I'd like to replace my data. Boom, boom. Assignments. Okay, folks, here we go. What just happened? Content is null. Could not find content item in site 1. Oh, righto. Yeah, it's really broken because that content is gone. So if you look, because I wiped it out, yeah, because I wiped it out. Let's go into my database. If we look at LTI content, there's nothing there. And the first thing it did was select from that. And so that link is the ultimate thing is broken. It's as broken in the new site as it was in the old site. So when you blow it up, we're gonna get the same message. At least my copy sort of worked, but that doesn't mean it's happy. Yeah, same breaking in the first site as in the second site, but the copy worked. It did the best it could. It could not find the old content item. Okay, which means it was broken in the old site and it's broken in the new site. This is the case where you're importing on a brand new system that I got to fix. And I got to fix that differently because if here, there's transfer copy entities, which is got a from context and a to context, right? And then there's another bit of code called merge, parentheses. This merge is actually importing stuff from XML. And so this has got a whole bunch of other things. And one of the things is these LTI content items that came from XML from the exported site. And that at least tells me the content item to create. And then I got to create the tool. And so the whole process of importing from a zip file different from copying from a site. There's a lot in common. A lot in common. So this is what happened, right? I couldn't even get it because that, no. This blew up right here. I couldn't even get it because the old site ID and the old key, site ID existed, but the key did not in the content table. And so, yeah, didn't exist in the content table. So we had no kind of content data to copy because that's what we're doing is we're grabbing the old content item. Ultimately, we're grabbing the old content item from the old site. And when it's all said and done, we're changing the tool ID and the site ID, and then we're saving it, and then we're replacing the URLs, right? After all that. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to take a break, and I need to think about how I want to refactor this, and in particular, how I want to make it so that this code can work both in the, so if we go to like import one and we go into lessons and we click import from cartridge, and that uploads a zip and then changes stuff in here. And so that whole process is different because there is no from site ID. Okay? So I'll leave it here and give myself a break and walk around and do something else and come back when this is really cool. I accomplished so much. Okay? Cheers. So I hope you enjoyed that. I'm taking a break after that, and I'm going to think about big picture and probably come back and refactor some code and work on both the zip import use case and the site to site copy use case. So I'll be back and look forward to seeing the next one. Cheers. Hello and welcome back to my stream of consciousness coding video. So when we last left our heroes, and you might want to go back a video because we're kind of starting in the middle. When we last left our heroes, we were in the middle of fixing a Sakai Jira, and I had made a lot of really good progress, and I was starting to feel like I had done too much, right? Where I wasn't as eager to work on the next thing, and so I just decided to take a break, and so I did. And so now coming back from the break, it's about 12 hours actually since I last wrote code here. And I've been thinking a lot. I've been thinking about refactoring. I've been thinking about multiple code paths, because what we're working on is both an internal copy from table to table as well as an external import from a zip file. And so I don't have the answers. I'm just gonna dive in and start working on the code. Okay, so this is the bug we're working on, but it really understates what we're doing. Sakai has these things, rich text editor, that puts LTI, Learning Tools Interoperability links in. And so when we copy them across, away we go. So, of course, this is about Sakai, the open source learning management system that I work on a lot. So let me go ahead and get back to some of the code. So again, these launch URLs are in text blocks of the form of this. Each localhost access, we have this access servlet, and the idea is they're coming from a site, and we've got to create content items. So we've done a lot of that. If you go back and watch the previous video. Okay, so this is where we do most of the work. We actually changed one line. Let's go find that change. Where is that change? It's in the assignment service, impl. Let's look for fix LTI. What is it? What is it? Fix LTI launch URLs. This is like the line that we added. And so this is the old site ID, and this is the new site ID, and that's the line we added. And then we're doing most, other than just kind of getting stuff into places, we've done a bunch of stuff in the Sakai util. Some simple stuff. I always like to put sort of just simple stuff that doesn't have service externalities on it in these to make it as simple as possible. Okay, so let's go in here. So I don't know. So I just want to ask the code here. I'm going to say like right here. I'm going to ask a question about this. Let's see. View. Shoot, what is it? What is it? Terminal. What do they call this thing? Gosh dang it. Well, let's just chat. Control L. Oh, it's the left panel. Is that what they call it? Left. I don't know. Let's Command L here. So now I'm going to say, like, is there anywhere else that I am doing similar code that might be a candidate for refactor and reuse? I do like the idea that it's like knows so much about our code base. And let's see what it says. Anywhere else in the whole thing? Copy LTI content and merge content from import. There's a similar tool matching logic. Well, it definitely has some ideas. But I'm really worried when I talk to AI and it has so many. Yeah, see, it's starting to look at ideal track resource links. Yeah, I just think maybe it doesn't know enough yet. Find a great. Okay, I'm just going to leave that for now. Let's go look at what does copy LTI content do? Oh, yikes, I should turn that into a method. I should turn this. Yep, I'm going to do that one. That's a good idea. Save that. That looked familiar. Okay. So the fixing of the LTI launch URLs, if we think about this, starting about here. Starting about here, we are really doing something. We have a content ID. At this point, this looks a lot like, wait. Okay, stop, Chuck. So what I'm going to do really quick, get status. I am going to check this stuff into let's go to LTI and compile it. And then I'm going to check this stuff in because I just fear that I will I think I want to call this something like find or make tool for content. Yeah. When it's all said and done, I just want new tool ID because that's what this is doing. But before I refactor like that, I'm going to commit it. Looks like it's going to compile. Let's go here. Let's run the tests. Git checkout -b. Yeah. Git commit -a. Okay, so now I've got myself a place in that branch to come running back to. Okay, so, I'm not even sure. Okay. Okay, let's do this again. Is there code somewhere that is similar that I could refactor into helpers so I could reduce repetition? It already did. Yeah, there we go. That was what I was thinking of doing. Let's try it. Wait, aren't you going to fix this? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, wait. I didn't know what that was. What was it? What was it? What did you change? Okay. I don't know, man. Okay. Let's compile it. Let's compile it. So what's going to happen is I am going to probably, let's rename this. Rename this guy. find or create tool for content item. Okay, so this is going to become more sophisticated. So this is why I want to reuse this guy. Where else can I use find or create tool for content item? Okay, let's test. Let's test this just to see. New terminal. Let's test to see if that fixed it. If that works as well as what I had before. I don't know about that. I don't know about it. I gotta clean it up. Gotta clean it up. Let's go see if it runs. It's gonna be a pain because I broke it all. Log in as admin. Because I broke this last time we did this. Yeah, we got to install a new LTI tool. Got to reinstall it using dynamic registration, PY free. Go and do administration of Sugi. Manage access keys, local 1.3, edit. Fix the dynamic registration unlock code. Go back in LTI 1.3, click on Sakai, copy the dynamic registration URL. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so it's a resource picker. I'm not going to turn that one on, but it is going to be all these other ones. Hey, the custom parameters, that's a recent bug I just fixed, and it's an LTI tool, which will be a little bit trickier. It'll test some different code paths. Okay, so we're going to save that, and then we're going to log in as an instructor. So if you look at this announcement, oh, I deleted it, but that's okay. Let's just add it. Announcement number 1, yada, insert from the shopping cart. We'll insert breakout. Okay. And then yada 2. And then we're gonna, oh wait, it's an assignment. Cancel. Gotta make an assignment. Wonder why I wasn't already there. Edit. The instructions are wrong, and I gotta put a new one in. That was a link to the one. Remember, I broke all that stuff. Let's go back and put breakout in here. Okay. Post. Okay, so I go here, and I click on the link, content 7, and it's done, which is nice. Okay, so we've got that part there. And now we're going to go over here, and we're going to go into site info, import from, oops, no, not that. Import from site. I'm going to replace my data from that site. Import the assignments. Kablooey. Go. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. So let's just see. So it was content 7, content 8. Looks like everything's working there the way it was before. That's a good feeling. So let's just test if we can launch it, and we should be able to. And let's go into here. They always import as draft, so we got to undraft them, go in and click on it, and it works, and it's content 8. So there you go. Okay, so that refactor worked. Now, I'm not sure I like this refactor. The question is, what is content key? And why do I... Yeah, content key, I think in all of this is just debug. What is content key at this point? Okay, so that is the old content. Yeah. So we're grabbing the old one. This content is not all that yummy at this point. What the heck happened here? This doesn't seem right. this. That doesn't make any sense. All right. Okay, so Jesus, if we're gonna this is really just like broken content item. We should do something here. Yeah, this is really boring because I refactored it and I've lost my train of thought. So I just gotta rethink it all through. Okay. Okay. So we're going to, if the old tool ID is not equal to null, tool equals no. Shift tab to go backwards. Okay. Okay. So there we go. I don't know. Where in the heck is it? Oh. new tool ID. That's a long, so that's okay. That's okay. Where is content key? In here. So I'm just like, just refactor it, just like refactored it so fast, and I don't know. What's slowing me down is I'm thinking of all the ways I want to use this new code. Whether or not content already exists or not. Let's just make this be launch URL. Oh, no. 1, 2. I'm going to get rid of this. Boom, boom. Yeah, launch URLs are better thing to put in that debug message anyways. Okay. Let's just save this, compile it. Who knows if I broke things? I did broke things. Save. Compile again. Oh, Lordy, broke things. So hey, while we're waiting for that compile, so what we're seeing here, and this is very boring, is the refactor happened instantly, but it wasn't thinking about all the things that I was thinking about before I started the refactor. So while the refactor technically worked right away, it's not really setting me up for the future directions that I want to take with the code. So now what you've seen me do for the last 20 minutes or so is just go through the refactor code and think about it. Again, it just had no way of knowing that I had big plans for this code. So there we go. Let's get this compile done. Okay, so our server stopped. Let's start the server up. Gotta hit the cursor. There we go. Nope. Boom, boom. Start. Okay. I think this will work. I mean, the refactor is pretty clean. I definitely like the smaller amount of code here. Actually, this might as well be down here. Yeah, that's pretty, this part here looks pretty clean at this point, because we're going to have to do some more things here. Yeah. I got high hopes for this finder create tool for content item, having to do with when you're doing this with an import, you kind of have a content template, and the content is not, you're not really looking at a content item that's persisted and its ID is valid. It's an in-memory content item, and so I gotta, there'll be more things here. It has to do with it's this code right here in BLTI entity, in this do import method right here. The do import, I want to, when this is all said and done, I want to push some of this logic into this method. So that's what I want. But okay, let's test it. Go on the new site. Let's copy from site, replace the data, copy assignments, and away we go. Boom. Oh, could not associate new content item 7 with tool in site. Blah, blah, blah. Well, I broke it. Ah, crap. Okay, well, I broke it. So I'm going to take another break and think about what I did. This was not a particularly productive session. But I'll walk around, think about it, and I'll come back and go after it again. Cheers. Welcome back. I'm still working on this same JIRA. So my brother and I, my brother is my mechanic for my race car. He's a crew chief for my race car, does mechanics. And I stopped the last recording because I just couldn't figure out. I had refactored all this code down. Where are we at here? In base LTI service. I'd refactor some cool code into this, expecting I would reuse this, because I was doing all this work in line here, and I want to refactor this. So I used AI to refactor it, and it was great. It kind of worked at least a little bit right away. But then the problem was the reason I wanted to refactor this is I wanted to reuse it. I wanted to reuse it in a lot of different places. And so I had to kind of add some more parameters that would be null in certain situations, like this thing can be null. And so then I had to write sort of all this code, and I had to walk through this code really slowly and then add the use cases I wanted to add. I had to understand it. And so the AI got in my way, and the AI cleaned it up too fast so that I had to kind of redo it again. I didn't undo what the AI did. I started with what the AI did. And so I kind of have this, my brother and I have this thing, and we talk about the men who stare at goats, which is just kind of a silly movie. But at some point, oh, where's my window? There we go. At some point, I had to stare at it for a while, and I couldn't narrate to you what I was staring at. I couldn't say, oh, now we're going to change this, and then we're going to change this, or the AI told me to hit the tab key, and I did the tab key. I just had to sort of like quietly stare at it and absorb it. And talking to you and even having you watch me stare was too distracting for me. So it's taken me about an hour and a half of staring, and I like the code I've got. I understand mostly the code I've got. I understand the sequence to that code. And now I'm kind of compiled it, and it blows up. But hey, I understand it, or so I think I do, and it blows up. So let's try to debug it. So I'll review a bit and show you what we got here. So 2 hours of staring at goats, and I feel pretty good about it. I wasn't feeling good at all before I started staring at it. So let's just talk about this sort of amazing beast of a thing I've built. Find or create tool for content item. The essence here is there's a content item, which is a set of key value pairs that represent the content item. There's a tool. Now the thing about it is that there are two paths in here. One is a site copy, and one is an import from a zip file. And if we're importing from a zip file, we may have a tool. We may have it may not be a tool that's even persisted yet, but it may be a prototype tool, okay? And then we're going to have the site we're going to go to, and that's true in both the zip merge and the transfer copy entity site copy. From site ID is going to be null, and it's okay if this is just coming from a zip file. And then there are these content items. And the content items are basically a parse that's only there on an import. Let me see if I can show you this pretty quick. Let's see if I got any imports sitting around it. Let's just grab one. So if we import, we have this LTI. This is an export, and it's got all of the LTI content items, and it's got the tools associated with those content items. And it actually has the primary key from the old system, the system that did the export. So that's not the right primary key for the system that we're doing the import. But what I do is I parse all this stuff in the zip import, and then I pass it around to all of the things that might be creating LTI items, so that when I create the LTI items, let's go back to that, if it knows what the title is and the fact that its new page value is 0 and that it's this kind of a link selection, all these things, I might as well know those things, right? If I'm going to create this tool anyways, I might as well have that is going to send the email, because this is, and is, let's see, this is an LTI, it's LTI 1.1, and it's because it says it's not an LTI 1.3. And so the point is that this is the kind of stuff that I get in this tool and these LTI content items. So the key thing is lots of things in here can be null. This is going to be used both for a site copy. So then we go down here, and it's blowing up, and so I'm gonna have to put some print statements in anyways. And so the content really is the only thing that's really all that important, and the two site ID. Let's make sure I got that right. Two is first from a second. Two is first from a second. Okay, and we got tool, content tool, LTI content. Okay, so that's right. That's right. Okay. So launch URL, we're going to use this later if we have to create a stub tool. So let's just start slamming system out printlns in here. I don't know if I need that. Let's add content key. I don't think I need launch URL. That's good enough. Okay. Well, let's put launch URL in there too. AI loves making print statements for me. Okay, so let's see. Let's put a system on here. Content tool, yeah. Loaded from site ID equals, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to call this to site ID. Sure. So we're going to do this. Okay, so we're going to try to see if we can load it from the from site. We're going to load the to site. So basically what this is doing is if our content item thinks, it has a foreign key into the tool table, we're going to grab it, print it out, content tool ID, and then we are going to try to load this from the site we're in already, in case it's been copied once already, from the from site, in case we haven't copied it yet. And the key thing is there is authorization checks. Can this user see this tool? Can the site see this tool? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I got to check it. I got to try to load it. And if it's not there and it's null, it's okay. If I'm not, it could be there, but maybe I'm not allowed to load it, which means I'm not allowed to use it. So I got to keep on going, right? So each of these things says, hey, I found the long that is the key for the tool that I like. So at this point, you know, we tried a couple of places to just load this directly. Now we're going to load it indirectly using fuzzy URL matching. Now, I don't know if Canvas still does it, but this is how Canvas has done it. It looks through all the tools. It has a URL prefix that matches the content launch URL. So a long time ago, I built this find best tool match code that basically gets all the tools I have accessible, right? Where are we at? All the tools I have accessible, and then goes through them and does the find best tool match. And then if I found a tool, I'm good. Now these are tools that exist in the site. So I return the key there. So and there will be a log debug. Let's put a system out println here. System dot boink found tool in site content tool equals Yeah, close enough. Let's do this get ID instead. Okay, so that means we didn't find a tool in the site. We didn't find a tool accessible to us that even remotely matched the URL that is the launch URL for the tool that we're putting in, for the content item we're putting in. So now we're going to do a stub tool. Oh, wait a second. Where's the code to insert the stub tool? Oh, wait. Oh, hang on. I think this really needs a... Let's just call this a new tool. So just for my own sanity, okay, what do we got here? If tool is not equal to null, yeah, I'm going to have to put a string down there. So if we were passed a tool, right, that may or may not be a, that's not a, this is likely not a persisted tool, okay? But it might have things like this data like its title and stuff and what type it is. And so if it's a valid tool, then we're going to get no errors, and we're going to take that tool as the tool, okay, that's going to be inserted. This is kind of the data that's ready to insert. If the tool is not valid, and we've got this LTI content items, which again is this data coming from here. That's a map of long, you know, it's indexed by this long key right here. And so we are going to string, yeah, sure, string tool errors. We're going to grab that content map and we're going to look it up by the content key. And the content key is the ID of the content object we are currently contemplating putting in. It may or may not be there. What are we doing here? How come the... Yeah, of course. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so if this thing is a map, then we go grab the thing from the map, and then this is an imported content. I'm just going to call it, see, I don't like that. It's so fast. I'm going to make that, that's a content item that's imported. I'm going to put a system out println here. Bam. And so here's the weird part. Inside this content items, I store all these key value pairs, and I store the actual tool itself that's associated with the content item. And so then I have this kind of scary code that basically pulls out the tool import map, which is the key under which this little map is stored. And then I kind of have to cast it around and complain as Java is not happy with my casting. It says, you're probably not going to work. So I have a lot about try catches and stuff like that. Then I validate it. The new tool map. Let's make that be tool. Save. Why not print out the tool errors? Okay. Then if it's still null, we're going to create a stub LTI with nothing more than the base URL and the content title. And then we're going to insert that guy, and then we're going to send it all back. Whoa. Oh, okay. Do a system out here. Is what? Don't you know how to format a system out, println? Can't do that. Wait a second. Okay. There we go. Holy mackerel. Okay, that makes me happier. Okay, we've got a bunch of print statements here. And then are we going to return this? Yeah, we got both the returns. Pretty much every return is now kind of groovy. So let's stop this. Let's recompile this. It's all saved. Yep, let's recompile LTI. So hey, we're compiling this. Takes a while. So I mean, the code is pretty good. I mean, I looked through that code. I've been building it for a couple hours, and I think I got it. I think I've thought through. This is a piece of paper. I don't know if you can't really see it very well. There you go. You can see it now. So I was thinking through all the cases of an actual Common Cartridge import, a 1.0 import, a Common Cartridge plus archive, which is our Common Cartridge with the Sakai extensions, and then a transfer, which is not going to a zip. So I was trying to capture all those cases, and then the Common Cartridge archive is either on the same server or on a different server, and I'm like, okay, this might. So I wrote down my thoughts. I had to do that so that I could just get through. But then you'll see that I did this. I solved it by going very linearly down through the. See if I get a valid this, see if I get a valid that. Just keep going until, and then instead of having a bunch of else, oh, it's done. Instead of having a bunch of else stuff. I gotta double click and click in the window before I hit the cursor up. Okay, so we're gonna start her up. So instead of having a bunch of like else stuff, I just like if return, if return, if return, so I don't end up sort of going in. I know some people don't like that, but I don't like. I like using return. I like doing things like having a variable that starts out null and stays null until it finds the right answer, and then it's not null from that point forward, and it falls through, and it gives me what I want. And so I like that pattern of code that's in right. That's this, right? You can see this thing where it's like solve a problem. If it's completely solved, return it. Attempt a different solution. If it's completely solved, do it. If it's solved, do it. Try to create a tool. Let's check to see if the data is valid. If it's not valid, well, set it to null, keep on going. Let's grab a thing from the import. Let's validate it. If it's bad, then set it to null and continue. So like, holy mackerel, we're going to create this stub LTI tool. And that's a very empty LTI tool. and it's an LTI 1.1 tool, but it's a way for, there's at least something that you can get things to work. So I just like this. I like this pattern instead of like a bunch of else's. Just like da 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 return, da 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 return. Oh, and here we are. There we go. Let's get this going. Let's see if it works. I've been going for quite a few hours today, and so if I've made progress, I will probably, okay, import from site. Yep, import from site. I'd like to replace my data. Continue. Let's see if I get this error message. You know what I really did since the last time I ran this is it's still not working. Could not, where are we here? It's not doing any of those printouts. Could not associate a new content item 7 with a tool in sight. Huh. Huh. Something is not going very well here. Because that's really up in here. Could not. Oh, I got a null from that. Did I have a null? Could not associate. Could not. That's could not associate, right? Do I have like content equals? Yeah, let's just take this out. Let's take that println out. Well, we have that content. It's like it's really bad. To context from context. Oh yeah. Yeah, that would break things badly. Hey AI, why don't you notice that? Okay, so now we're gonna, I said is blank, is not blank. Hey, that's the little things, right? Compile. Ah, come on, compile. Compile. I'm like, none of my print statements came out. None of them. Yeah, right there. I was going to put a print statement. I was going to put a print statement right up there at the top to print out the site ID. It's like, hey, that can't be. Oops, mistake. Found it. I'll get her. AI didn't help me. That had a human thing. So. I should probably, if I was spend a little more time on these things, I could speed up these boring compiles, but I'm not really putting a lot of production effort into these things. So while this thing is compiling, just reflect on this. I mean, I've been doing AI for a couple of weeks now, maybe 2 weeks. I really, really enjoy it when I'm building something new, especially building something new that I'm sort of not an expert in. I really like it when I'm doing little things that don't require a complex understanding of an overall architecture or multiple flows through a complex code base. I mean, it sometimes just absolutely surprises me with giving me the right thing. And 9 times out of 10, that right thing is the right thing. 1 time out of 10, it's not, and it's really hard for me to know when it's not. I had a here we'll go. Let's go ahead and start this back up now. One of the nice things is that I get a lot fewer compiler errors. I get a lot fewer compiler errors by using this IDE. What is it? The clock is chiming. at my house. Yeah, get a lot fewer compiler errors with the IDE. That's really helpful. I'm starting to know like how to slide out the left margin. Um, the refactor took some time, and I think that we like to think that refactors are good. The problem is that it's just too easy to hit the tab key and believe that it's right, and all it takes is like one little variable to be misguessed. And the simpler it is, I mean, probably the best stuff that I've done is like the unit tests. Man, the unit tests are so gorgeous. These unit tests that it built for me, I didn't do anything. If I'd have wrote these unit tests, they would have been lame as heck. So it's really awesome. And what I like about the unit tests of AI is they're kind of ironic. Like, what's this 42 number? 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, D, E, F. It just made that stuff up. It's really cool. And just the more unit tests, the better. I need to start going in and just finding my code and say, right click, make me unit test, because I write unit tests usually as part of development. Oh, we're up. Time to run it. CSEV. Log in. Let's do a test. Site info, import from site, replace my data. One thing about developers is we're just like pound these paths over and over and over again. Okay, let's hope. Oh wait, I think I fixed a bug, right? So this might just work. Let's watch the console log. Oh, come back. Oh, yay, transfer copy entities. Integer cannot be cast to a Java lang string. Where are we? Where are we? Oh, crap. Language, integer cannot be cast to Java lang string. Where are we? Well, I don't have much code in there, so I should be able to just look at it. Why didn't it give me like a trace back and tell me where it's at? Let's find where the deltas are. The deltas are like right here, I believe. Are they here? Where's the word fix? Okay. What the heck? It's transfer copy entities. Oh boy. Oh, I wonder if it's here. That's code I didn't change. So now I'm scared, right? Now I'm kind of worried. Get diff dot. another get def. There's my refactor. Okay, see, I got a lot of stuff now. Now it's broke. And I don't get a trace back. What's this? Okay, so this is transfer copy entities. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, where's instructions? Oh, wait. I got some printout there. Link site ID. Oh, it's in my code. Let's go back into this. Link site ID, link context ID. Oh. Whoa. Parse log. Link context ID. Are you sure it's a number? Okay. Definition. Okay, I wish there was a back button. There's got to be a back. Oh, there is a back button. Okay. I want that. Okay, let's compile. Recompile the LTI code. Stop my server. So it's getting late. I'll figure this out. It was fun. Debugging, AI doesn't make debugging any faster, but I'm closing in on it. So, okay. So I will say goodbye for now. Cheers. Hello, everybody. I finished up the work. I didn't show you all of it. It's hours and hours of stuff. So what I'm going to show you next is a sneak peek into the weekly meeting of our core team in open source, where Earl Neitzel and he's our branch manager, is going to review my code. I didn't get all of it, but you're going to get a sense of it. And then after the code review, I'm going to show you the work that I did to address the issues that came up in the code review. So you can see that we have lots of discussion. I didn't capture it all because my screen kind of went and my screen recording failed. About 2/3 through, we went through a whole bunch of things. And this next video is me going through and fixing the things that were identified in the code review. Okay, so at this point, the screen recording has started. Welcome everybody to the weekly Sakai core team meeting where we review code. For those of you joining us on YouTube, a lot of the code that I developed in this Jira and pull request, I recorded its work, and it's one of the first times that I've used AI extensively while coding, and so the person who encouraged me to use AI while coding is on here and will likely be part of the review. And so, Earl, this is SAC 47782, and you'll recognize this, Earl, because you filed it, and you filed it a long time ago. I think you were just like grumpy when you filed it. You're like, damn, this doesn't work, and it should. And somehow it ended up in my net of things to fix. I've edited the description a bit, Earl, as I've changed the scope of it. Right, you had like a 3-line thing, and so if you go into the pull request, Earl, I'd like to just do what we normally do on reviewing pull requests. And anyone who is here can go into this pull request, like Bernie and State Manu, they all, find my typos, and so anyone can review this. Anyone could review this and fix it. Did someone already have a comment? Oh, no, that's just my changes. I was scared. Sorry. Anytime I see color stuff. So basically, just to give you a sense of what this does is it goes through all of the transfer copy entities and merge that I could find, and it looks for the rich text editors. And I created this thing called fix LTI launch URLs that just takes the text of those rich text editors and looks at the /access/LTI/site/blah/content:20 and comes up with a bunch of code that makes new content items, and even if necessary makes new tools. So a lot of this is just 2 or 3 lines of code in each of the services. Like Earl, you're looking at that's the assignment service. So you see this fix LTI launch URLs that's used throughout. That's the ugly part of this. That's a lot of code in the LTI service. And Earl, I took your and Sam's comment from an earlier thing to heart when you said, don't let your service leak stuff. So I just slowly, surely squeezed this all the way down into one call. And I was really happy about that. I really enjoyed how that worked out when I squeezed it down to one call. So So I'll stop talking, Earl, and you can just start reviewing. And anyone is welcome to shout out their thoughts, ask questions, do what we do in a review.
I guess my first question, this is Sam,
Yep.
is do you have to, site import is a fine grained process. You choose your tools. Do you have to choose the LTI tool to be included?
No, that's automatic. That's that.
Okay.
So if you go look at like the code in Common, the site archive merge code in Common, it's different than it was a year ago. What I do is I have a couple, if it lists goes through all the XML files, and some of them are auto imported, right? But you got to remember though that there are two things. One is site copy, and one is import from zip. There is a bunch of checkboxes in site copy where you can say, I just want to copy conversations. But there is no, at least today, there is no checkbox for that on a zip file. If you import a
Hmm.
zip file, you're getting it all. You know, and it turns out if you look at it, there's a bunch of code in here, and you might see some eventually as you go through it that dedupes it, right? Because when it's but that's only in the merge code. That's not in the transfer copy entities code, right? There you go. I added it to my service, Earl. You're so far you're not to the part that you're going to start criticizing. Here we come.
Okay.
But so yeah, so yeah, so the zip doesn't pause and have a bunch of checkboxes. It just imports it all. Um, and this process works on both things. And it turns out to be really easy to test and transfer copy entities because you just work on one service and then you copy that one
Hmm.
over and over and over and over again. And what's beautiful about that is it has the delete feature, right? So it makes it really easy to test transfer copy entities. Um, so, okay, what's that? Okay, so this is the service code. Well, actually, not
Yeah.
service code. So
So
Earl, go ahead, Sam.
so I'm definitely curious about sort of this part, and like if you could just walk us through what is supposed to be happening in a new site with an LTI tool. So,
So
I think
okay, so if you
we
look
have
at
a
line
tool, but
1300,
then
if you haven't learned 1300, right?
okay.
Is this what's the name of this? Fixed launch URLs? Yeah, the essence of this is that 1300, which is the find or create tool for content item. So the way this works is this code is going to be run in lots of different situations. It might be a site copy, it might be on the same server, the old site might exist, the from site might exist, the to site does exist. We're putting stuff into that. And sometimes you're on a brand new, fresh server, like you exported a common cartridge from your dev environment and you're importing it on the nightly, right? And so at that point, there is no tool. There is no tool whatsoever. So you see that thing that says find or create tool for content item. That's a very long method. And it's just a few lines lower here. And what you will see is it's going through a series, like a sort of a series of checks. It's like a ratchet. So if you go stop here, yeah, stop here. So what it tries to do is it's trying to do a lot of things. It's like, well, I have a content and it claims to have a tool ID. Even on imports, it has a primary key of a tool on an empty system. So it says, can I get this site? Yes, I can. Can I load this tool from that site? Now, in all of this stuff like good ID launch, yeah, like in line 1351, it is expecting that there's a whole bunch of things that you can't always get a tool. So you get a tool, and maybe it's not approved for this site, right? It's the whole deployment stuff doesn't work, and so it's like it's totally logical that like you aren't getting that tool. It might, so you know that it's tool 27 from the old site, either from a zip or from a site copy, and so you're like, well, can I get tool ID 27 on this server with this site? That site might not even exist if you're doing a zip, right? And the answer is no, you got nothing. Then you're like, okay, well, is this tool, well, at first line, is it already in the site that I'm working on? If it's not, is that tool ID? And again, what we're trying to do is verify and affect a foreign key here, right? If the tool, if I can't get it, like, what about the from site? You know, because if this code gets re-entered over and over and over, so it might have a tool that it inserted on a previous re-entrant thing, and then it's like, well, I can't get the actual tool by primary key. And then what I do is I use fuzzy matching. Now this feature here was stolen from Canvas. So this is, I don't know how Canvas does it. Matt, you can pipe in here. But this fuzzy matching I've used for a long time on the Common Cartridge Import and the old Common Cartridge Import. And what it basically does is says, get all the tools in this site that I can access and do a fuzzy match on them by looking for initial substrings. And that fuzzy match code is not changed. It's been there for 10 years probably. So now I'm looking for tools in the current server that are accessible to the current site, and I'm fuzzy matching. And if I find a tool, then that's going to be the new foreign key for this content tool, right? And so that's good. And then if we keep going, like it's not going well, right? These are in order of things that I want to happen. At some point, it makes a what is called, this is so the other thing that happens is if we're in the middle of an import, this LTI content items, that is a map of content items to imported from XML content item skeletons and tools. So that is the export of the entire data model of LTI in the from site. So the idea is I got to make a tool in this site, but why not make a tool that looks like the tool that was in the old site? So what it's doing here is it's saying, hey, and it's like, is there something in this export that I can use as not the tool itself, but as a template to build a tool, so that things like all the checkboxes are right and sending an email are right. So what it's doing is it's saying, okay, do we have a tool that has some metadata in it? And that's what 1389 is. And so if we don't have the tool with the metadata, we fall through and we're like, damn it, we need a tool. And so Andrea's been seeing this. It's called the stub tool. And so we can't put a content item into a site unless it has an associated tool. That's a violation of the foreign key. So if you look at 1411, it just says, I'm going to make a tool and I'm going to put it in this site and we're going to stick it in the site and it's going to have like a broken key and a broken secret. It takes as much of the data from the content item and makes a tool. And these launches will be broken. Well, actually, the last two launches will be broken. And then the teacher can, or the admin can go in and clean up the messes using the site info and or the admin tool. So when it's all said and done, right, I imported a thing that said content 14. If it's in a zip file, I actually have a full export of both the content item and the tool for 14. If it's a site copy, I hope to get that stuff unless it's been deauthorized and I can't get it. When it's all said and done, either we found a tool or a new tool has been inserted. So this is the essence of it, is to search these paths, find out the old content item number, and then based on as best information we have, depending on a lot of different ways going through this code path. This would be a nice one to test. But there's a lot to it. Do you have any questions, Sam?
No questions. Thanks. Thanks for walking through that. I mean, go ahead.
I've got a question now.
Yeah.
So Dr. Chuck, I'm gonna so the way that I would have, let me just, I'm not gonna I'm just gonna kind of tell you the way that I thought about doing this back then.
Yep.
And this is kind of using the transfer copy entities pattern. Is the way I would have seen this done is, for example, to take the so for example, if LTI tools are in this site, have transfer copy entities, process LTI tools kind of first. And I would have expected something along the lines of, like, for example, okay, I've got 3 LTI tools in this site. Let me go ahead in the new site and do a create those 3 new tools, obviously importing, similar data, right? So that those three LTI tools are now in the,
Yep.
uh,
Yeah, I've seen this.
in the new site,
You're not
right?
sharing the code, by the way. It's
Oh yeah, sorry. In
yeah.
the new site,
Yeah, and I've seen this pattern, right? You got these maps, the transfer map or something like that.
yeah, transversal map,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so here's the problem. If
Hmm.
you're only importing one thing and it only has one tool,
Yep.
that transfer map has to be much more long-lived than one
Okay.
copy. Now it turns out that I do almost exactly what you say in the
Okay.
zip import, meaning that
Mm.
in the zip import, it knows the entire data model of the from site's LTI because that gets exported into the zip.
Right.
We're looking at subpage navigation, which is your thing, which is the next one we're going to cover.
Oh,
That's okay.
yeah. I'm sorry.
You were probably looking at your thing because you were bored.
All
Because
right. No,
Sam
no,
and
no.
I were
I
talking.
just clicked the wrong tab.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So that's okay. And so it does that, except that the problem is that like you don't make those every time. You make them when you encounter the need to make them. Because imagine a situation where you've got 10 content items and
Right.
5 tools, and you
Right.
can't have the tools that, well, you get the ones that are accessible to you. And so it does exactly what you say, and that's what that big ugly map that is, you won't like it. Map long string map string object. It's a map of
Right.
maps. And the interesting thing is there's a third level of mapness inside the second level of mapness. And that's why you got that suppress warnings. um, and so I do it, but it's you just don't know what you're going to transfer copy because we have such wonderful flexibility in transfer copy. Um, and that map, I can't really think of a good way to have that map. I've thought about this a lot in import, where if I could have some kind of a GUID on things, and I know Sam's talked about GUIDs a lot, if I could have some sort of a GUID on those things, then I could do things like import it and then get back to it quickly with a GUID. But then I'd have to
Right.
change the data models, right? And I've been
Right.
tempted to change all these data models to stick GUIDs on everything and then track them through transfer copy entities, right? So now I'd say, oh,
Right.
sweet, I got a GUID. Do I got this
Mhm.
GUID in this site right now? And I could have imported all those things before, but it's, I mean,
Yeah. So what you're thinking, I'm thinking what you're getting at is the tool links themselves, right?
yeah, yeah.
Right.
The foreign
So
keys.
so when you're right, so when you're talking about the tool links, right? Right. When you copy, so when you're doing a site import and you go through and you say, oh, okay, I've got an LTI tool, and this LTI tool has maybe 5 tool links, right, or something like that in different places, in that site.
Well, no,
I
there's 5 content links in the site, and they all have
Right.
the foreign key to the same tool. That's the way to say what you
Okay.
just said.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. What I would expect, like, for to happen is in the traversal map, you take the tool links and you say, oh, okay, these are the tool links that I've seen in the previous site, and because I'm copying the content from the previous site, they're likely going to be used, right? So you kind of create those new tool links in the new site when you copy the LTI tool, and then you take those links and you stick them in the traversal map. Then what happens is once the site has finished importing all the content, right? Now remember, once that content is finished, the content's been copied, but the links haven't been updated, right? So the links still point to the, they would still be pointing to the previous site. That's when you run something like the update, and you could create a different method, like update LTI content links, right? Oops.
But yeah. I mean, this isn't going to work, Earl, because there's an
Okay, no, but let me
infinite
just
number
finish
of
because
weirdnesses.
I'm
Oop,
I'm like 10
sharing's gone
seconds
again.
from finishing my
Okay.
thought. Okay. I just want to finish. So then what I'm saying is like, then you run the update, like the migration links, it'll be like update LTI content links. And then what it does is it goes through the content, right? Finds in the traversal map, the old content link, right? And then it says, oh, yes, that's because I've got that in the traversal map. I know that that content link goes from this. You search on that. This is the old link. And then you just change it to be the new link. Because in the traversal map, you put the old link, and here's the new link. And because you've already done the copy of the LTI tool, you can do that. You can say, this was the old link, and then the traversal map has the old link and the new link. And then when you go to just update the links, all you have to do is search for the old links and say, update those old links with the correct new link. And that's basically what I just described there. That's basically how every single tool that has to do with data that's on the page, that was like a link that was, for the previous site, how it updates its links, right? Because in the end, these just are LTI link, like they're just links, right? Especially the content item stuff. They're just links. So they just need to be updated.
They are, but it's if you were going to somehow import all the tools first, okay?
Yes, which you can, because there's a way to do that. And it's in the
but only in transfer copy entities, but not in site import.
Yes, it's in there.
Not in merge, right?
Transfer copy entities has a way. There is an order to the copy, because take resource. I'll give you the exact example. Most tools will likely all depend on links coming from resources. So when a site import happens, resources is always prioritized, because you want the content links. You want that in the traversal map. You want all of the old resource item content links mapped to all of the new resource item content links. And in order to get that before you process any other tool, is to do resources first. And so site manage import knows this, depends on that. And so what I would just say is, LTI, in my opinion, is very similar to that. Like, it's other tools that are using these links typically. And so you would want to follow a similar pattern by saying, I need to, move LTI tool to be like after resources or something like that.
I do a very similar thing on the zip import. I do. But I wait. So the problem is that to know which tools to migrate and which ones are missing, because there's such a thing as a tool that's missing, right? The foreign key is not valid, meaning you walk down it and you don't find a thing, and you got to do something in that situation. This isn't perfect, right? This whole content to tool can be fraught with errors, and that's why it makes new tools when it can't find something. Because, like, for example, you might have a tool that has been authorized to the old site, but not authorized to the new site. You can't get that tool. You're not supposed to get that tool. You're not authorized to get that tool. So this is a foreign key that points to a record that exists, but you don't have access to it, right? And so what do you do then? And so what you need to do, you can't even see those tools because you don't have access to them. You're running in the context of the user. So in a transfer copy entities, you can't necessarily, if you ask for the tool, it will say you don't have access to this tool. And so the key thing there is, this is where the only thing that you need to look at is the content items, and then find the tools later. And if the tools aren't there, you got to make them. Right? It's not as simple as copying a resource. So I know what you're saying. And
Yeah,
I've
I
seen that
get
code
it. I get
throughout.
it. But
Yeah.
that happens with a lot of tools where, you create a tool,
Yep.
like, take like a, I don't know, take like like a resource in resources, right? Take, say, a file.
Right.
Say there's a file that exists, but there was never any link anywhere in,
Yep.
in any tool to that file, right? So maybe that structure just stopped using that file, whatever reason. Well, that's okay. I mean, we still copy it. Is
Right.
it extra data? Possibly. Yeah. I mean, so I could see, like, in the case where, like I said, like,
Right.
say that
But
there's an
here's the thing.
LTI tool where the instructor never even used it.
It's simpler
They
for
added it to the site, but they never used it,
it's
right?
simpler for resources. It's simpler
Right.
for resources because if you're referencing a resource that doesn't exist in the new site, it's just a broken link. But for a LTI, I have to throw the content item away because no content item can exist in Sakai if it doesn't have a valid foreign key to a tool. That's why there's this obsession that at worst, you have to create a stub tool. Because if I don't create a stub tool, I have to throw it away. So there's no good way unless I create a stub tool. At the moment I'm looking at this link in a text area, it's gotta be right. It's unfixable. There is no way to edit it. The teacher can't go in and find that content item and patch it to associate it with a tool. And if they did, they would have no idea what they're doing, and it'd be very difficult. So what this is
how I would handle something, just real quick, Doctor, how I would see handling something like that would be, again, you create all the LTI stubs, right? When you do the copy, that may be, creating ones that are never used, whatever. I get that, but you create them. And then as you're processing the content in each tool and you're looking for these links, right? Say you get to a tool, or say after processing all of the tools, you're like, say you find a link, right? And you're like, oh yeah, that one I found.
So hello everybody. The last video that you watched, I think, is a partial, I didn't get it all recorded, code review that mostly Earl Neitzel of the Sakai, he's our Sakai branch manager, and his responsibility is to make sure that the code base stays cool. And his main comment was that I was ignoring an important concept in the transfer copy entities where we're doing site-to-site copy in the same server. And the resources tool uses this thing called transfer copy entities. And it basically does something before any of the other one all the services get calls, and then hands this transfer thing, which is a map of old to new, old to new, old to new. And so he wanted me to pull all the code that built the new tools up into something that happened before any of them. And it took a long time to convince him. I'm not sure he's thoroughly convinced, because I just think he's thinking about too few of the use cases. Because I got this picture that I kind of made. I don't know if I can make it see. Yeah. Is it a Common Cartridge 1? Is it a Common Cartridge archive on the same server, a different server? Or is it a transfer within the same server? And he really thinks a lot more about the transfer within the same. That's probably an overstatement. So I convinced him that I didn't have to hoist all of the creation of things up to the top. But I did agree to use the traversal map and put stuff in it so that it could be used later. So that's what we're going to do. And we are going to see how well AI can make this kind of addition and use of a parameter easy across many services. So if you look at the PR, right, this is the pull request. I got 25 files changed. And the changes were little tiny, like right here, fix launch URLs from context to context. And so you'll see that I'm doing this a lot. update the transversal map, and that's the Earl's comment, but that just is really like not just that line, but the whole idea is to use traversal map. And I'm going to do that. And so the question becomes, how quickly can I make these changes reliably throughout the whole code base? Because I've got to change, so I've got to add a function. I got to add a parameter. So let's go back into the code base. So we haven't looked for a while at the LTI service. And so he wants me to make it, well, let's look at, let's go ahead and, where are we at? Let's just with conversation service, because we last did this. And it's only going to be in the transfer copy entities. Where is it? Let's go down. It's only in the transfer copy entities. Where is it? He said there was a map string string. Where is this map string string? List string. Where's the transfer map that he talks about? What is the name of the thing that he talked about? Maybe it's in assignments. Let's take a look at assignments. Let's go look at that assignment service. Transfer copy. Transfer option. List IDs. Does this have this link migration? Traversal map. There we go. It's this traversal map. Where is the traversal map? Update entity references. Update entity references. Where is this called? Is this called outside? Is this a thing? No. Wait a sec. What is update entity references called? Oh, man. Why wouldn't you just... Then it's not... Oh. Wait a sec. Well, let's look for traversal map. Let's look for traversal map. Wait a second. Oh, it's in a return. It's in a return. Really? Each service makes its own traversal map? Really? Okay. Okay. So that means that wait a sec. That's different. So we're looking for fix LTI. Yeah, that's where I want to add traversal map. Okay, so now I got to fix this in where it's defined, or the implementation. It's not this one. It's this one. Yes. And so the AI knows that 90,000 files earlier, I was adding a traversal map. And so then what I'm going to have to do here is add traversal map here, right? And then I'm going to fix this. And this is wrong. So we're going to say transversal map. Okay, fix launch URLs. So I'm just going to say map string traversal map equals null up here. It's going to get thrown away. I'm going to say equals null. Because this code here is for the zip import. This code here is for the, what did I get wrong here? What are you unhappy about? Oh, I gotta fix the interface. So let's go to the interface and fix the interface. Go to definition or type definition. Which is it? Go to definition. Okay. It's not in that one. Can't really zoom this very well. How do you scroll that? Okay, can't. That does me no good. I don't understand what we're doing here. It's not base LTI service, or it will be. Don't save. What are we? Oh, god dang it, you stupid. Okay, let's go by hand to all the places because it just can't guess right. So LTI API, source, Java, LTI, API, LTI service. And now I want to go in here and that's right. That's what I want to do there. So I'm going to save that. So I think that's right. And where is the base LTI service? So this one here is going to add the same stuff. Come on. Can you help me? Come on, you got to help me here. Okay. With a from a to context needs I need that. Okay. Can you guess what I'm going to do here? What are you mad about? Save that. I don't get it. What are you freaking out about? It's not overriding the base. We're in the base, the LTI service. From context to context. Traversal map. It's right. It's right. It's right. Oh, and then I don't get it. Why aren't you smart enough for this? I don't understand why you're not smart. Wow. Save it. Quit like breaking on me. Fix LTI launch URLs. Text. Is there a replace? Yeah. Yeah, you got that right. We did all that so I could have the traversal map, put the old URL and the new URL in the traversal map. Boink. Now we do that. So where's the old URL? Now we could maybe to do check traversal. Check traversal map. Okay, should we say this? If traversal map is not equal Really? That wasn't what I was thinking of doing. But you know what? Wow, yummy. You're so smart. Return text. Let's put a print statement in here, okay? I'm a little nervous, right? Let's just put a print statement. That's kind of cool. Yeah, we'll put that log debug in there. Nice job, AI. Nice work. Nice work figuring out what I meant. I meant to do that. Hey. And I'm going to put a system out println. I don't think it's going to happen in any of my testing. I might have to work on this. Why aren't you smart enough to know? There we go. Why aren't you smart enough to know what I'm intending to print? There we go. Save that. Okay, that's pretty yummy. Now, the problem is so I'm going to have to talk. Fix launch URLs. Okay. So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to say, please find all the occurrences of this method signature without traversal map and add it. They will be in the transfer copy entities method. No. No. having trouble. It's not very smart. It's not behaving smartly. I'm asking a reasonable thing. Go find all the things that have from and to all the rest of them. What do you mean? What do you mean by shared with you? What do you mean shared with you? Oh, so I gotta search for fix LTI launch URLs. Okay. Okay. So I gotta lead it to the water. Okay. I've got to open all this stuff up. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe that wasn't a good idea to open all of them. Maybe I should start here. Announcement service. From context and to context. Traversal map. Where is traversal map? There's got to be traversal map. Oh, Jesus. I don't know what to tell you, Earl. This traversal map that you're so in love with, it's just not well supported in this whole thing. You were acting like it was a loop carry dependency. Crap. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put that in a paste buffer. I wish there was a way to, oops, only paste it once. I gotta remember that. So now I gotta go back to, I wonder if I can do, yeah, it should be so easy if this was a darn regular expression. That's okay. It's like fix LTI dot star from site. What's this? Is that a regular expression? Use regular expression. From context. Oh, is that nice? Is that nice? Is that nice? Oops, I mean, okay. So, this is cool. No. What happened? What happened to my search? Damn it. Fix LTI dot star from context. Okay, so now I've got exactly the ones I want to do. And where am I here? So the first thing I got to do, where in the hell? Oh, and then I got to return this. What's it? It's returning null. Okay, that one's not right. So Earl just likes transfer copy entities, but it's not very much used in the code. It's just used for one thing. Okay, but I don't care. If it makes Earl happy, we're going to put that in there. And then we're going to go find this. And we're going to have a transversal map. Is it there? What? Isn't it transversal map? Is it there? Transversal map. Transversal map. Oop. Transversal. He made a weird name for this thing. What did Earl call it? Traversal map, not transversal map. Wow. Okay, I gotta remember to, I'll search the whole code base in case I put in like transversal map. Compiler will find that pretty quick. Okay, so now, and then what we gotta do is we've got to return the transversal map. Not transversal map, traversal map. Okay, so let's put these lines in. And then let's put this in just so I can go back to it. Okay, so let's do the next one. I guess I got to think of these LLMs as always. There we go. It wants to be predictive, so sometimes I got to give it a little bit of a clue. So what's this? Is it doing it? Okay, let's hide. What is this? What is it? Traversal map. Okay. And then we got to go down here to the return of the null. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Return reference, that's not right. Wait a sec. Raga chaga baga. Push that in. Earl, transversal map is just not widely used in this. It's not, well, okay. Maybe it is, maybe it is, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Okay, gotta find that definition. Well, it's probably not, because no. No. What are we doing here? No. Oh, it's not in this one. Jesus Christ, this is bad design, Earl. What knucklehead built this? So we got to go find the other transfer copy entities. God damn it. Okay, so this one has a traversal map, and then return the traversal map. Are we going to return it? That's some, I don't know. You'll see. I don't know if I like it or not, but whatever. I'm forced to do it. I thought this was going to be easy. And I thought AI was going to do all the work for me. I guess I'll figure out the pattern and it'll make it easier for me. But given what I'm doing, $15.60. First, let's do that import. What? Wait. Where am I at? This is base announcement service. Yeah, so we got that. So now we're going to go 1560. Oh, I got to compile. I got to compile LTI because I made changes to it. So LTI service is changed. Okay, base LTI service. I'll keep that guy open. Let's get rid of conversations. Test configuration. Service tests. We don't need those. So I'll compile LTI, then I'll go back to announcement. And then compile announcement. And I'm only in the first one. Thought this was going to be easy. Hey AI, I'm doing a simple thing over and over, but I can't explain it to you. If traversal map is not there, create it at the beginning and return it. If it's the returning null, then stop returning null and return the traversal map. Okay, so LTI is compiled. So my jars are, oh no. CD ... CD, where are we at? Announcement. Let's compile announcements again and see if now announcements compiles correctly. I'm going to grab this guy and put it in my little paste buffer because I will always forever be in. I will always forever be tabbing the wrong thing and blowing stuff up, right? Okay, so announcements is fine. So I'm going to close announcements. What? Save it and then compile it. Damn it. 1561. What? Oh, I was typing CD. God, see, I'm always type in the wrong thing. What just happened here? Jesus. Undo. Just typing like a crazy man. Where am I? Okay, what the hell went wrong here? What's mad here? Traversal map new body. Man, oh man, it was like not checking everything. Okay. This is where I'm like, are you helping me? I'm getting really, this is really hard. It's supposed to do things automatically, and it does like 40 things automatically, and then I got to undo it and redo it, and then I worry that I've got like some screwed up diff in here. Like all I want to do is add traversal map. I want to do 3 things in here. 1, 2, 3. What in the heck is that? Oh, that's just some. Ah. Part of this is I'm going to learn the panel. Let's bring this back up. Yeah. Part of this is I'm going to learn the pattern of how to use AI to make these changes. I already know how to use VI to make the changes. I'm in grepping and doing these things and copying and pasting. And it's like, it doesn't understand the difference between 2 subtly different method signatures and the one I want to fix. It's like, can't you see that one's got 2 string parameters, the other's got 1 string parameter? Okay, enough of that. Let's go back. Let's go back. Okay, so it's announcements is okay. Let's go to assignment service. So assignment service has a traversal map, and it returns a traversal map. Let's check the return. Yes. So let's just compile this. Get diff dot. I don't quite understand. Traversal map. Traversal map. Oh, okay. Traversal map, traversal map, traversal map. That was a typographical error. Wait a sec. Was that traversal? What does he call that? Does he call it transversal map or traversal map? Damn it. What a dumb variable name. I'm sure. Transversal map. Let's see if there's a transversal map. Okay, he calls it a transversal map. So I'm going to call it a transversal map. So I'm going to find transversal map. Nope. I'm going to find traversal map. Are you? Oh, wow, he's inconsistent. I mean, not he's inconsistent. The code base is inconsistent. Okay. So we're in assignment. Assignment was written by Earl. And so I'm going to go with transversal map. Damn it. Where I have to... Gotta copy this. Wow. Okay. So. Let's go into base announcement service. Am I adding this in base announcement service? Jesus. Oh, crap. Damn it. So base announcement, I called it traversal map. And then an assignment service, I called it what am I doing? What am I doing? Why am I comparing this? I don't want to compare it. Okay, replace preview. I see. Okay. So what do I do in this situation? Right there. Yes. And yes. So how do I accept this? How do I say yes? How do I say accept? Fudge. Can I just save over here? Cancel. This is so stupid. How stupid this is. Wow. That was nice to have to jump. Okay. I'm getting agitated. Transversal map, transversal map, transversal map. So now I got to go change it in assignment service entities. Just don't want to make too many diffs here. Assignment service. Okay. Like that. So let's save that. Where's my my shell? Where's my shell? Where's my shell at? Where'd my shell go? Ah, view, shell, or terminal. There we go. Okay, transversal map, transversal map, transversal map. That was just a typo I'm fixing. Okay, so I like this. Okay, that I'll work on that in a bit. That's the service code. Okay. Yeah, so that's the service code, which has a debug print in it, which I'll come back to later. Okay. So let's go back to our search and not try to do a search and replace, because get rid of that. Get rid of this. So now we got to go into, let's go hide this. Boink. So let's go into this. Where are we? Transversal map, I like it. No, I'm going to say dismiss. Nice. Assignment service. Traversal map, I like it. Dismiss. Now it's helping. Now my IDE is helping me. Stop it. Tab. From context to context. Save that. Okay, so let's go to calendar. Where's my, how come my shell is not view terminal? Oh, I gotta make it smaller so it stays at the bottom. So let's go to calendar. Let's recompile calendar. Damn it. Recompile calendar before I dismiss this. Okay. Okay. So calendar compiles. Now we're going to go here. In here it's called traversal map, but I'm not going to change it. I'm going to call it traversal map. So I'm just not going to change it. And it's going to return traversal map, right? So I'm just going to make one change. So this is conversations. Get diff dot. Okay, let's compile it. I like small changes and I can't deny. Dang it. Okay. I'm not going to change. Those are already changed. No. I only made one change. What? Can I open it? Conversations, test configuration, Java. Crap. I'm in the middle of this. I'm in the middle of it, and I want to edit this file. So I just go back to and line 311. Oops. Oh. Okay, damn it. Okay, remember to come back to that because I got to mock up. Yeah, I got to mock that up. And I just got to add another parameter. And I don't know nothing about that mock. I don't know nothing about mocking no methods. So there's a thing I got to add here. It's a anything. I don't know what it means, but AI will know what it means. But I don't want to open those files right now. Bugger. Okay, that one is good. Okay, I'm going to leave that. It's good. Wait, let's do that. Oops, don't do that. Damn it. Let's just compile this to make sure that we have no compiler errors. And then we'll come back and do the unit tests on calendar. Let me write a note to myself. Calendar. Unit test. You can see I'm just kind of a little grumpy. I don't think this traversal map does anything to the code, but Earl likes it, and I'll give him his traversal map so that he can think about the entire transfer copy entities process. I'll give it to him. Okay? I will. It'll be fine. But, oh, it compiles. Come back. Okay, so here we are. Ooh, we have transversal map. And what's cool is there's already one in this in message form. It calls it transversal. Let's compile it. Oops. Oh, damn it. Okay, let's compile it. Well, we're starting to get better at this. We're starting to learn a little. Okay, so that's good. So now I can go, discussion service has now been changed the right way. And transversal map, but this code, I've now got to go, there is no traversal map. So I've got to make one. See if it knows. Well, I got it in a paste buffer. Whoa. So now I got to go down to the return. Okay, so I save that. And I got to do it twice because in polls we do it twice. Hello. Okay, gotta fit. Oh no, there we go. What did I do wrong? What did we do wrong? Oh, hash map. Yeah, okay. So we just gotta add an import. I wish that there was. So I don't know how to, it tells me how to fix it, but I don't know. I just go up here and fix it. Java util hash map. Let's compile it now. I mean, part of me is just kind of, what the hell is this? Do we not need that? Do we not need that? Might as well clean up a few things on the way by. Of course, now I got to recompile it to make sure I'm good. Okay, compile it again. Oops, compile it again. Oops. Go back to poll list. Hopefully this compile will finish and we can feel good about our, okay, so we can claim that these two are handled. And now we will go in here and we will see if oh, no, no, nope. No, that's not where it is. There it is. Let's make sure it gets returned, and it does. cd / syllabus. Get diff dot. Only one change, so let's compile it. I'm pretty confident that's going to compile correctly. So the next thing to do, I think, is, oh, we got to go back to this. We got to go back to fix that. So let's just dismiss this because I think we're okay. And let's look up conversations test configuration .java. And whoop, oh no, boop, 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 boop. It's not a regular expression. So let's go, it's in the configuration file. So now we got this problem right here. There you go, any map, nice. That's a good situation because I don't even know what mocks are. And I don't know what those parameters are. But let's see what we got. See if that compiles correctly. So let's go cd dot dot, cd conversations, and let's compile with tests. Damn it! I keep hitting Command K because that's how I clear the terminal. I wish that would just clear the dang terminal like a Macintosh should, but I guess this is not just a Macintosh. No. Oh, gotta import something. Do I have to import that too? Yes, I do. The matchers, argument matchers any, got to go all the way down here. Yeah, that's this any. Any string, any map class. There we go. Okay. That Makita was damn impressive. I mean, just looking at this bit of code makes me wanna learn more. And people like Earl and Adrian can teach me a lot more. Like you may or may not have heard from me and Earl talking at the review, I want to refactor all this LTI stuff. And one of the first things I got to do is build a unit test for a service. Building unit tests is easy. except when you have things like you got to have a database connection and you got to kind of pre-populate the database. The first unit test for a database backed bit of stuff is a little bit of a pain. Okay, so that compiled. I'll be back in a second because the next thing we're going to do is load the file. We don't need that file anymore. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to compile the whole thing. So this compiles all of Sakai, and that'll take a while. And then I will be able to, so that'll compile all of Sakai, and that'll take around 3 minutes. And after that, we'll start Sakai, and we will run a series of tests to see if our traversal map is good stuff. And this is a perfect time while I'm waiting for this compile, which I fully expect to be successful because I've compiled all the parts separately, is go back in and start doing kind of my pre-commit routine. So git diff for the whole thing. So let's take a look. Make sure all my indentations are right. Make sure my spelling, yep, there we go. A lot of cursing because of the fact that the code base uses different spellings for traversal and transversal. I think transversal means translating and traversing. And transversal is very cute, and I'm sure whoever came up with that was very clever. So I just followed the, doing in each code. Sometimes I use transversal, sometimes I use traversal. It all depended on what the code was, and I didn't care. It just stopped me from going insane. Okay, there's my unit test fixes, just some more method signature fixes. This is now in the LTI service. In the base LTI service, I could probably build a cool tester for the base LTI service. That'd be interesting to see if I could build a unit test for base LTI service, because base LTI service doesn't, that's a thought. Base LTI service could be unit tested, but it's not got statics and stuff. And we'll see. That'd be fun. Okay, sorry. I'm just insanely thinking that maybe, just maybe, I could tell AI to write a unit test for base service. I'm going to do that another day. Just keep concentration on just making changes. Oh, don't forget, note to self, fix print before commit. I don't think this is going to trigger at all, but it'll be fine. This code will look good. Okay, Q. Let's get out of that. Let's see how the compile's doing. Compile's cruising along. Okay, so we like the tests, test configuration we like. The remaining place is base LTI service. You'll see I got this print statement here. Let me check my what's going on here. Oh, that's just my history. Okay, let's go over here and check to make sure I've got debug logging turned on there. I have debugging logging on in base LTI service. Is that where I'm at here? Yes. Okay, so I have debug logging already turned on in base LTI service. So I'm just going to delete that print statement because delete this print statement. I'm going to delete that print statement because I got to debug, and that way I don't have to like be embarrassed by committing a print statement. That's like classic. And it's still running. Still compiling the whole thing. Okay, so that's good. So let's start her up. It's faster to start it than it is to compile it, thank heaven. So we're starting her up. Now, in terms of strategy for testing, I really just have to go through and trigger all the copies. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take and copy with delete from my SAC 4770 whatever into one of my other sites. It'll delete it, it'll copy it all, and it'll exercise all this traversal map code. And it should exercise all the traversal map code that I put in, and then I can be kind of happy with it. And then I can do a push to the branch and trigger another review. And I guess I should probably talk a little bit about that review that you might have seen with me and Earl. One of the things that's interesting, I think, about those kinds of reviews is the tone that people use. Like, Earl has feelings. Earl has opinions. They're personal. I have feelings. I have opinions. They're personal. What we're debating is it's like artwork. We're debating like your idea versus my idea. He invented this traversal map stuff, and he thought it was really impressive, and it kind of does, and it does 2 passes, and I see the logic of it. My stuff does sort of multiple passes through this reentrant stuff into that fixed LTI URLs code. But hey, the traversal map, we'll see if the traversal map works. Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be bad if I broke it? And that's a kind of complexity that who knows if it turns out to be a good idea. So I think it's a good idea. Okay, so let's start Sakai up. So I'm getting a little bit. So here's my original guy with all these things in here. Right, this is my original, and so I'm going to go into a copy, and I'm going to go into site info, and I'm going to import from a site, and I'm going to replace my data, copy from here, and I'm going to go boop, 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 boop. And Adrian wrote this code. This code's getting better and better inside of, let's not do lessons. Let's do everything but syllabus, because those are the things that I have worked on. And so, bada boom, bada bing. And so I got, so it's doing all the stuff that it does. Let's see if transverse, yeah, that print statement never came out. So that's kind of okay, because it's only coming in and out, right? And if I made a lot of placements, it might work. But the problem is the way this works is these old numbers are, every placement gets a different number, and then it gets an old number and a new number. The old numbers will be within a site, for all intents and purposes, unique unless something really strange happened. Heck, let's see if I can't trigger that. Let me think about how to trigger that. So let's go into this site and let's make a new assignment. Second assignment. crap. Replace this. 100 points. Save draft. So if I was to go into the second assignment and pick it again, I would get a different thing. So let's take a look here. You see this breakout assignment, and it's content number 7, right? And so the problem is if I put another link, I want to make the same link. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to actually edit this one, and then I am going to copy it. Copy. Then I'm going to cancel out of this and go back into the second one, and let's see what happens when I paste it. Interesting. Let's save that. Preview. And is that content 7? It is. So now I have two references to the same content item, so that it might put it in the transfer map. Now my other code would have caught this. Okay, so now I got two things. I've got two assignments that have duplicate embedded URLs. So let's go into this copy and let's import these guys again. Import from site. I'd like to replace my data. We will see if it the transfer copy entities code works. Let's not do lessons. Okay, watch. Did it work? Or did all my errors already go past? No, let's do it again. Import from site, replace my data. Boom, boom. Let's see. I just did that in assignments. Let's only import one thing so I can look at the output more focusedly. Okay. So, did it? Oh, look, there it is. There it is. It found the traversal map entry that maps content 7 to content 125. Okay, so now let's go back into the UI and see how that works in assignments. Hello, assignments. We got to publish these before we can click on them. Publish them. Publish. Here we go. First assignment. That's got to be number 125. Yup. Works perfect. Second assignment, it's also 125. And it works perfect. So Earl, you'll be pleased that I did what you said and I tested that it worked, and that's nice. So I do want to do one more thing, base LTI service. Because I was arguing, and because I was reviewing this, I was reviewing this. Where is it? Okay, there's a traversal map from the old context. What's going on here? I didn't delete anything, did I? I want to do a... So, okay. So I was talking during the code review. And oh, it's in Finder Create Content Item. That's okay. So I was in the code review talking through this code, talking to people. Excellent URLs. Yeah, okay. That worked. So in here, oh, okay, we're good. Okay, yeah, I wanted to make sure that if it's already been created, if it could be retrieved from the source site. I haven't changed this code. Just when I was going through the code review, I was explaining what was going on, and I wasn't sure if I did this the way I meant for it to go, and that's find it in the target site, which is the current site, in case we already added it in this import, most likely. Or just, I don't want to replicate. I don't want a bunch of stub tools. If I made a stub tool and I'm going to use the same stub tool, the stub tools will also be found in a fuzzy match phase. But this is right now. So that's good. And I think the testing is good. There's no more print statement in it. There's no print statement here, right? Where's my print? Oh no, that's the print statement. So let's just for yucks, let's just recompile this cd ... cd LTI. Let's compile LTI again after I took that print statement out, and I'm just verifying now that the print statement is out and doesn't come out. That'll be quick. We will do that. Then we'll start it. Compile it, start it, and then commit the change and get it into the pull request. So I don't know who is looking at this. These things are way too long. But coding is long, and sometimes, like I said in another one, you got to stare at it for a while, especially with AI. AI is both an accelerant and a source of frustration. Every once in a while, you've seen me like find a diff. I'm like, where did that diff come from? And it's probably because I hit a tab key, and there's something off the screen, and it changed something off the screen. It just makes me crazy, and then I got to go back to something I trust implicitly, because I don't trust the IDE's UI. I'm like, I want it like a button that says, I want to see, oh, here we go. So we got to start this up now. I'll come back and talk to you more. Boop, boop, start her up. There we go. Clear the screen. Come back. So, maybe in the IDE, there's a thing that says, show me every damn change in this file and do it in a succinct way so that I can just worry about things that got changed by mistake, because the IDE with AI is just too amazing. And it's just got ideas, it's got opinions. And I think the problem is when I'm hitting the tab key or starting to type, it wants to please me. It wants to guess what I'm about to type. And again, 9 times out of 10, it guesses what I'm about to type, and I hit the tab and it fills it. That one time, if I don't see it, because it's usually close, it's usually picked the wrong variable or something. That's its confusion, is like to site or from site. What do you do? So, again, if you've sat through this long Much respect. I'm the one that's doing it. I enjoy this. I really love the puzzle aspect of it. I love that I'm building code that, like in 6 months, middle of summer, it's January, February, and in 6 months, middle of summer, toward the end of summer, millions of people are going to use this. So the kind of work that we do, the work that you saw Earl and I do in the review, that happens over and over and over again, the debate, as it were, the passionate people, it's worth it, because this code, and once it's in production, it's going to be really difficult to fix. It could be a month and a half to fix it. So I got to fix it now so that when it goes into production, it's not a problem. Okay, let's reload this, log in. So what we should be able to do with that same exact test, site info, import from site, replace the data, and we're going to do assignments and nothing else, so I don't get too much in my output. Let's watch the debug right there. So we see it says in a debug message, you can always tell her it's a debug message because it tells you that that's a debug message, but it found that traversal map, and it did not in particular, right? It didn't have the print statement. So we are ready to go. CD trunk, get diff one more time, just skim for little things people don't like, mostly indenting, but this is going pretty well because these files seem to have their spaces and tab back together. Okay, so get status. We've got like 8 files changed. Get push origin. No. Get push origin. Don't be blasting too much stuff in your paste buffer. I was worried that something bad will happen. Get push origin. Sweet. Now let's go back and check our conversation. Okay. I'm going to resolve the conversation. So let's hit review, refresh, and so it's compiling. So, okay, so that is the end of a fun story. Again, thanks for watching as long as you did, if you were really crazy watching the end of this. We'll see what Earl thinks. Earl will do another review when I'm not recording. It'll let him be a little more reflective. I'm pretty happy with this. I look forward to QA testing. I look forward to Andrea. And so I test, and then I'm like, I test as much. So what I'll probably do is I'll kind of leave this for a day and not work on it. And I'll come back and I'll think about a few more tests before I recommend merging, giving Earl and others like Bernie or Manu to review it. I appreciate all the reviews from everybody, but the problem is like little things like white space. It's almost like I should put white space in them so certain people will find the white space because they like reviewing and they're very good about white space. But I think, knock on wood, this one is pretty white space clean. So cheers. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to the wrap up of my almost 6-hour stream of consciousness of me going from not knowing much about AI and the Cursor editor to feeling pretty good about it. I mean, I'm filming this a week later, and I really have been enjoying using it. I get to the point where if I'm not using it, I kind of crave it. I also ran out of tokens, so I have to pay for it now, and I gladly paid for it. There are just some things that from now on I can't imagine writing code without AI. I mean, it just makes me go anywhere from twice as fast to 5 times faster, unless of course it does something crazy and then it makes me go like 3 times slower. Um, the kinds of things that I love are regular expressions, parsing precisely, extracting data from strings, extracting data from XML. I mean, I can just tell it to write XML. You've seen me do some of that probably, and you're like, oh, what did he just say? And that's part of the weirder thing about AI is the smarter you are and the more you speak in precise terms, well defined, then it's just like I know what to do. And if you just go like, I want to be programmer, it's like I can't help you with that. Um, Although I had one thing where it was kind of fun. It didn't happen in the past video. It just happened to me a couple days ago, where I was typing in it and it stopped giving me suggestions. And so I popped it up and I say, "Why are you not talking to me?" And it said, "Because you've ran out of money. So please upgrade." So um, I at this point, there's no going back for me. If I'm writing code that doesn't use AI, I mean, if I'm writing code, I could be, and I know I could be doing it better with AI. I just can't do it. I mean, it's just like, dude, I'll be 3 times faster, and I mean, time is valuable. I think the biggest thing I've learned in talking to friends now that I'm doing a little more, talking to friends about it, is that it's going to change the nature of um, the necessary size of a company for a certain kind of a complexity of a product. Um, if you have uh, a a certain size product and you have like, when you start the company, you have like 10 really good developers, but then as the company grows, you have to go up to 100 developers. Um, I think what we'll find is you may not need 10 to start, you may need 5 to start, and you may go to 15. So a small company might be 3 or 4 or 5, and a much larger company will be 10 to 15, and it all has to do with it. But I think then the problem becomes, how do we train the next generation of people who can be those such good programmers that 5 is as good as 10? And so I still think there's a space for a teacher like me to teach people so that they can communicate really well with AI. So look for this space. I'm looking forward to coming up with some AI presentations that I think you'll find interesting. So like and subscribe, and cheers. See you online.